Is we live? I should have like a starting soon screen or something. I never really know how to start these things. You know? I never quite know how to... You know? Let me crack open my Coke here. Dude, I'm running out of Cokes. I think I only have like one left. One or two left. Gotta get more. Oh, move my water bottle. Let's see here. Make sure I'm live and everything. That's working. Okay. I'm trying a lower latency setup today on YouTube. It might not. I think the trade-off is the stream might look slightly worse, but I'll be able to react to chat quicker. Alright. Anyway. Bad boy open. Oh, dude. My back is sore. Back is fucking sore, man. Ugh. What's up, Boogie? How's it going, dog? Ah, yes, we live. We are live. Oh, man. Happy brother in Christ. Yep. Cheers. We are alive. Yep, and unfortunately the news today is pretty dark, pretty upsetting. As everyone's probably heard by now, there was a shooting at a Catholic school, and it happened during Mass. And, of course, the perpetrator was a transgender individual who had weird satanic imagery and messages all over his rifle and armaments. Perfect time just to put the kids to bed. About to work out, was wondering what I was gonna listen to. I gotta go and stuff. Yeah, I just came back from the gym. Yeah, I was working out too. That's why my back is so sore. I was doing deadlifts. You know, it's one of those workouts where it's like, it was kind of a shitty workout. Like, you just don't really want to be there. You know, you're just not feeling it. But still glad I went. Yeah, no, for real. We need to pray for those everyone, all of the victims. And you know, I was walking, you know, when I was walking back from the gym, I'm thinking, you know, not to dox myself, but you know, the church that I go to is also a Catholic school. And I'm just thinking about, like, and not to make it about me or anything, but you know, man, at least two of the victims, one was 8 years old, one was 10, and it's like, can you imagine? It's just another morning. You're attending Mass of all places, and 8 and 10 years old. You know, they don't even get a fair shot at life. Yeah, it's dark stuff. I feel your pain. Just got back into Muay Thai and my legs are all bruised up from yesterday, and I don't want to hit this damn right now. Like, yeah, no, for real. It's like that, man. It's just like, Like, I don't love working out. You know, I don't love lifting the weight. I'm at the gym and I'm usually like kind of like pissed off because I'm like, I gotta lift this heavy thing. And you always gotta go to like failure or near failure, otherwise you're like not really getting the most out of your workout. But I still do it. It's still good for you. You gotta take care of yourself, you know, you just gotta do it. You just gotta do it. You don't have to make a big deal about it either, you know. Some people, it's like they work out and that's like their thing. Oh, you gotta get your macros in. Oh, you gotta, you know. Are you making sure you're drinking your protein shake 30 minutes after? You gotta hit that anabolic window. You know, and they've got like their outfits, like their workout outfits and everything. I'm not that guy. I just go to the gym, I lift my weights, and then I go home and eat a lot, you know. Yeah, it's disgusting, man. I got an 8-year-old and a 6-year-old and a month-old. Hearing that stuff crushes you. Yeah, dude, it's like, it is totally demonic. I mean, the person had satanic imagery on it, on their stuff. Was reportedly involved in some kind of satanic group. What was it called? What was it called? Yeah, the 764 Network. Order of the Nine Angles. And it's like on, and to be fair, it kind of has to be demonically motivated for anybody to do something as sick as this. But here it's pretty apparent that there's something going on here. You seriously tell your girl all the time, I don't want to be at the gym, but you're a man. You gotta be in shape and capable in case shit hits the fan. And I gotta keep y'all alive. I hate it. Yeah. No, for real though. Like, you never know. You never know. And look, it's just part of you taking care of yourself, you know? It's one of those things where it's worth it. It sucks, but most things that are worth it kind of suck in a way. And you being in a good shape, you definitely feel better. You know, you can think more clearly. Your emotions are better regulated, your hormones and all that. And if you're in good shape, you just mog everybody, you know? You're like, you know, most people aren't really trying too hard. And so just like being in better shape and mogging, like, you know, there are real like tangible like career benefits to being in shape, you know? So yeah, I mean, the benefits of working out are, yeah. The writing in that book, is there anything about that? Oh, like the manifesto? About what in general? Sorry. I haven't seen like the full manifesto. I'm sure we could probably, I've seen snippets of it. I'll have to find it. And again, it's just another transformer, but literally promoting some kind of satanic cult. I mean, yeah. With stuff on his magazine like, you know, this and Rip and Tear, and had the names of other school shooters, mass shooters on his mag. Like, clearly there's something obviously very wrong with this person. And then there's Russian on here. I'm sure people have already translated that. Could barely read the words. There's a video you're looking at. I've seen screenshots. I think the video that it was taken from has already been taken down off YouTube. And that's typically how these things go. Whenever it's a shooting on Christians, or it's something that, and this isn't like a particularly like novel take, but whenever it goes against the narrative, they quickly like cover up the manifesto. They try to obfuscate some of the details. But like, you know, if this were like a European, just a normal white person not transgender, that shot up like a synagogue or like anything else, if the person was a Christian, you know this would be everywhere. You know that they would be talking about this relentlessly, talking about the problems of anti-Semitism. But the fact that it's a transsexual just kind of goes to show it doesn't fit their narrative. And yet, you know, you go on, you click on Axios, and it's like, what are the top stories? RFK Jr. limits who is eligible for COVID shots. Multiple FEMA staff put on leave after letter criticizing Trump admin. This is kind of like sidelined. It's literally number 3. This should be number 1. I wonder if the New York Times, how they're covering it. At least New York Times has it first and foremost. But then you see like some of these people, like, let me see if I can find it. Some people are crying about quote unquote like anti-Semitism because the shooter had stuff like Israel must fall. There was another line that said burn Israel. And so people are like, of course they're crying about anti-Semitism, and it's like, what about the Catholics that just got gunned down? Hello? They're gonna make it about Jew hatred? It's like, it's so tiresome. L-trans Jew? Yeah, I mean, some people are saying that he was Jewish. Yeah, what was his last name again? Westman? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you know, the physiognomy. Bernstein was his last name. Christian deaths don't seem matter to these people. Dude, I hate these fucking kick ads. Bernstein. Is it really? Because I've seen Westman as his name. You know, the story is still developing. No, not really. Oh. Great. Dude, it's just like... But is there... As far as I know, Westman isn't necessarily a Jewish surname. Yeah, Christian deaths don't seem to matter to these people. They detest Christianity. Like, it's like, what was the mayor saying? Let me see if I can... I'm sure there's a clip here somewhere of Feynman.
All of us. And...
This guy Jewish, by the way.
I have heard about a whole lot of hate that's being directed at our trans community.
Like, seriously, dude?
Anybody who is using this as an opportunity to villainize our trans community or any other community out there has lost their sense of common humanity.
Are we serious right now?
We should not be operating out of a place of hate for anyone. We should be operating from a place of love for our kids.
So let me get this straight. A transgender person shoots up a bunch of innocent Catholic children, and his response is, but think of the trans community. Are we serious right now? Do people remember the, what was the name of the other shooter? Nick just talked about it. The shooting in Antioch, remember that transgender person? Again, at a Christian school. There seems to be a trend here. There seems to be a trend, but no, let's not be concerned or let's think about the trans community for a second. No, actually, let's think about the Christian community that's getting slaughtered in these mass shootings. though. Catholic victims equals stop the hate. Yeah, for real. Robin Westman. You know what the fuck he's using this as an opportunity to suck training tick. Absolutely disgusting that even bother saying that. Gotta be a Jew. I think he's literally Jewish, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Dude, it's just like... See Baptard? Was he actually interesting if he is actually related to Bap? Am I reading the chat? Yo, what's up, Alpha? How's it going? If you research Noahide laws, you'll understand why Christian lives don't matter. Yeah, I mean, look, they hate Christians. You don't even have to look at Noahide laws. You can just listen to what they preach, what these rabbis preach. You don't even have to talk about the Talmud or anything too esoteric. They just tell you. They spit on Christians in Israel. They think, and they first of all, they think Christ was some kind of idolater, some kind of like evil magician, and that's why they hate him. But they hate Christianity because they think that Christianity is the greatest source of anti-Semitism in the world throughout history. Yeah. That's what I was gonna say. You can just listen to them talk, plain and simple. Yeah, just listen to Jonathan Greenblatt. It's like the dude can't go 2 seconds without cursing Christianity in any of these podcasts. It's just ridiculous. You watch their movies. I talked about this a couple days ago. They have clear and utter contempt for Christianity. I watched this movie called The Brutalist, which, you know, won a number of Academy Awards. And it's like, you know, written by Jews, acted by mostly Jews. And the whole thrust of it is like these Jewish immigrants don't feel welcome in Christian countries because they're not Christian. Oh, great. And so they have this resentment towards Christians and Europeans, if nothing else, but for that alone. And it's like, well, hang on a second. It's like, so everybody else, for the most part, makes an honest attempt to assimilate. You know, you had people coming from Japan, people coming from, obviously, most of Western Europe, but all over the world. And how many of them convert to Christianity and are willing to become American? It seems like Jews are the most notorious for refusing to assimilate and adopt the identity of their host country. They don't want to do that. They resent having to do that or being expected to do that. The whole movie, by the way, was just a case for Zionism and why the Jews need a homeland of their own. It was like egregious propaganda. It was well-made propaganda, but it was 100% propaganda. The transition drugs are manufactured in Israel. Yeah, Tiva. I've heard of them. Look, and like the thrust, the transgender ideology, the gender studies stuff, I mean, that all has Jewish roots. I know you probably all know this already, but you go back to the Weimar Republic in Germany, Magnus Hirschfeld running the Frankfurt School, the gender studies wing in the Frankfurt School was a Jew, and, you know, most of his compatriots were also Jewish, and they were, you know, he himself had successfully done the first transgender operation in history and was sort of the leading pioneer in that philosophy. And you dig a little, so this is not a new development, and you dig a little bit deeper, and there's 8 genders in the Talmud. They believe in, like, this is part of their religion. They believe in these things. Instead of assimilate, they just subvert, yeah, for their own gain. It was a 2 hours infomercial. Unfortunately, Maria, it was 3 hours. It was 3 hours long. Yeah, it was a 3 hour long movie. It was long, and like I said, here's the tricky part, right? Because we can be real for a second. It is, by many metrics, a good movie. What you would consider a good movie. It was well paced. It was well directed and acted, and that's why it's so dangerous. Is because the subversion is well done. It'd be easy to dismiss if it were garbage, but the fact that it's compelling is what makes it dangerous. It's the same thing with like Saving Private Ryan. I grew up watching that movie. That was my favorite movie of all time. And of course, you know, directed by a Jew. It had very obvious Jewish elements to it. And it was sort of like to get people like that is maybe one of the best, if not the greatest war movie ever made. And it got Americans on side with their role in the war. So, and of course, like, I mean, that movie is brilliant. You can't deny it. But for, you know, my formative years when I was young, I bought into a lot of like the patriotism or the narrative around World War II because of movies like that, or because of things like Call of Duty or the History Channel. And of course, you should be patriotic, but not when it's subverted. Not when the patriotism is being used to benefit people that hate you and everything you're about. So, yeah, I tell you. What is this? Oh yeah, there's a lot of sick people out there. Like, people cheering this on. These are people on Reddit, by the way, where this person says, "Base, take the fight to their kids so they can feel what it's like to be attacked for your identity." Are we serious right now? Elect a fascist, your kids are legitimate targets. Republicans are the enemies of humanity, and thinning the herd is our duty. These people are legitimately sick. More dead Christians, LOL. Like, legitimately, can we actually have the FBI fucking do something for once? I know they're not. That's a rhetorical question, but like, these people should all be investigated. This is just sick. Sick rhetoric. Future religious extremists dying isn't a bad thing. I hope the guns are okay. It's like, dude. Yeah, transgender people are genuinely sick. The whole thing is demonic. Charles Lindbergh, the OG America First, tried to warn everybody. Yeah, there have been a lot of attempts to warn America. General Patton tried to warn us, and he was, you know, he died shortly thereafter and under mysterious circumstances. Because if he didn't die, and there's a good chance he would have, because, you know, he proclaimed that we fought on the wrong side of the war, or at least that's been debated. But certainly he feared that in 50 years' time, America would become a degenerate hellhole, which it did. And, you know, Patton was such a war hero. He was so immensely popular. He could have legitimately run and probably easily would have won the presidency. And he would have put America first. So, you know, he died under mysterious circumstances, a car crash in 1945, and then died in the hospital. Yeah, they're too busy investigating a lot. Yeah, right. Because the I don't know, was the FBI or was it the was it Homeland Security that stated, this is a few years ago under Biden, as if it really matters, that they believe that traditional Catholics are the greatest threats, or the biggest threats of domestic terrorism. Are we serious right now? A school of Salamanca, 16th century Frankfurt school. Salamanca. I'll have to look into that. In the 16th century, eh? Oh, Scott Adams finally talking about Nick. I want to ask you to repost or agree with Nick Fuentes because of the reputational risk that comes with it, but I have two observations. One, he's absurdly talented. Two, he represents a movement toward race bluntness, a useful kind, that weirdly matches what I see a number of black influencers saying lately. something changed.
Way, I know a lot of black people see this and they go, man, why are you always talking about black people, this and that? Because there just needs to be some shame here. Well, there's a few reasons. First, white people are every single bit justified in being racist. Every single bit justified, to the extent that that means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them. Every bit justified. And you want to know why? Because we see what happens. And nobody is under any obligation due to liberal ideology to put themselves in harm's way. If you're a white person and you're going to work or going to the ball game or going to the city at night, you don't want to enter in.
The School of Salamanca was a pivotal intellectual and economic school renowned for its contributions to human rights, international law, and free market principles. Free market, huh? Not a fan of that. 16th century, so that's presumably, where was that? Where was that located? Sounds Protestant.
Into the terror dome, where you're suddenly in a sudden death match. You're like in the gulag in Call of Duty fighting for your life all of a sudden because you got on the wrong train car.
Spain.
Because a car full of black people pulled up on you by the bus stop. You turn and you walk the other way. You avoid their neighborhoods. You avoid going out on Memorial Day or Labor Day weekend at night in certain places. When you see them, you start walking in the other direction. And we are every bit justified because we see what's going on and we don't want to die. It's that simple. That's pattern recognition. That's not racism. That's pattern recognition. That's one. And two, I really hope, because I'm rooting for black people, like I'm rooting for humanity. I'm rooting for everybody to be safe and to be healthy and to be happy. I really hope that somewhere out there, although I'm not optimistic, black people are starting to develop some sense of self-awareness. Where's the shame?
It really needs to come, a lot of it should come from the black community itself. Because, you know, these violent criminals, you know, this antisocial behavior, you know, it does threaten to drag literally the whole black community down with it. Because everyone can see the writing on the wall and where things can go. Where things very well could go and probably will go if there isn't a course correction. It's just going to be white people are just not even going to take the risk. They're going to totally disengage from black people and want nothing to do with black people whatsoever. The good, the bad, they're just not even going to take that risk. And, you know, I think certainly there are a lot of obviously good black people out there, and it's unfortunate. Like, I feel for those that literally just want to be left alone. They're great members of society, but they're also the recipient of this like reputational suicide that these black thugs are a part of, are leading. And so I think the expectation is really simple. I think black people need to go way harder on their own. Way harder. It should be a matter of, if nothing else, pride. That you don't have these people representing the black community in this kind of way. And they should absolutely be ashamed of these instances like Roger Jackson or Carmelo Anthony, or just the way the south side of Chicago is. And so the point is, the writing is on the wall, and they need to shed this sort of, what would you call it, ethnic narcissism, where there are a lot of black people that don't want to take accountability. And where the accountability directly lies, some will blame the government, the crack epidemic, the rap music, the single mothers, the black women, the abortion, all of that. Like, we can discuss exactly how the blame should be divvied up, but the problem is simply this. the black community is in shambles right now, and they are a threat to them, broadly speaking, a threat to themselves, but also to the rest of society. And we are, it's a very clear pattern. It's a very clear problem. And so if we all want everybody to get along, I think that's a fair assumption. And so there needs to be some self-policing going on. Say what you will about white people. White people they kind of take it too far in the other direction, where they're totally cucked. And they will endlessly apologize and grovel to minorities for the wrongdoing of white people in the past and their history. But like a healthy dose of that, like what we would call accountability, I think is actually a good thing. You should want your group to be as exceptional as possible. You don't want your group to be known for being like degenerates or for being murderers. It's a poor reflection on you and as your whole group. You should want it to exude excellence. And so when these kinds of things pop up, I don't think it's an unreasonable expectation or a demand that black people are the first and the loudest to call it out, so that you don't see this anymore. Because like I said, this is going to drag everybody, this will drag black people down with it. So in a matter of their own self-interests, black people need to speak out against this. And I think be a lot more vigorous about it than everyone else. I'm ashamed, I'm mixed, I'm ashamed of my past activity, I'm ashamed of my peers. Problem is no one else has shame. Shame is needed for their accountability. 100%. And look, Boogie, it's like, I think people can change, of course. And it is a matter of shame, it's a matter of accountability. But a lot of that, I think if I recall correctly, you're mixed as well, as you said, so half, I think black, right? It's like everyone, I think there's this like misconception, people think that when white people talk about race in this kind of way, like Nick, for example, that there's this like air of supremacy. And I understand it's like, it's a personal topic. How could it not be personal? We're talking about race. It's of course it's going to be personal. But I think what a lot of people fail to understand is a lot of white people are absolutely rooting for black people. I'm certainly one of them. And I think confronting these realities is painful because it is, accountability can be painful. But it's one of those things that's absolutely necessary. We start talking about this, we can actually start solving the problem. But the moment you see like a black person speak out against it, what do they get called? They get called like an Uncle Tom. You're not black, or shit like that, Oreo, whatever you want to call it. It's like, and so I do think that black people really do need good role models and bravery to stand up to this kind of stuff and set a good example. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of things that are not helping black people. The percentage of single parent, single mother households is certainly only making these problems worse. But because again, it's a tough situation, and I don't envy, the black people out there that are based and they're virtuous and they have to kind of confront these issues of their own group. It's not a pleasant discussion to have. It's painful. But look, I want the killings to stop. That's first and foremost. I want the violence to stop. And I want there to be some kind of way forward where we can all just get along. And I know I'm not naive. I recognize there's always going to be some amount of tension that comes from dissimilarity or whatever you want to call it. The differences in the races or other problems. But I think we can certainly mitigate it, and we can find a way to make all this work in America. Yeah, your mom is black and Native American, your dad is French and Inuit. Yeah, they are. Because I work with mostly white conservative men and as a commercial union carpenter, and they all love and accept me because I work and behave great and show intelligence. Fantastic. But when I acted like a, I can't say that on YouTube, but I was treated as one and played the victim. And single mother shit definitely is a real problem, but at some point there needs to be accountability. Well, I'm glad to hear that you've got it all, you've got it locked down, man. Like, and I think that, yeah, it is just a matter of accountability. We can make endless excuses for behavior, but it doesn't excuse the behavior itself. You know, like with the Raja Jackson stuff, you know, and I get it, it's his dad, but his dad's trying to find excuses. Like, you know, my son, he was never the same when his mom was murdered. And it's like, yeah, but that doesn't excuse this kind of behavior. There just needs to be accountability. We all have our own shit to deal with. Like, life is an endless tragedy. That's not an excuse to add to the tragedy. Like, everybody has bad stuff happen to them at some point in life. And that does not excuse this kind of behavior. So, I think on the plus side, you know, you are seeing, and I've seen this, like a lot of black people are starting to speak up, whether it's different podcasts or certainly people like, you know, one of the more prevalent ones like Myron from Fresh and Fit that talks about this stuff and is frank and is open and blunt. Yeah, and then you get people like Candace that just want to like blame everything else. And it's like, dude, it's like, does she not understand? Or any of these other people making excuses, do they not understand that by making excuses, you're not solving the problem? And the people that are going to suffer the most from that are black people. Because who's mostly this, like, out of the people that have to suffer with black crime, who are the people that receive the most of it? Other black people. So in theory, black people should be like the first ones that want to solve this problem. They should be the most outspoken, the most, you know, the biggest advocates for solving these issues. But yeah, there just needs to be accountability. And again, the single mother stuff doesn't help because women aren't exactly known for being good at dealing with accountability. And yeah, that's a stereotype, but it's true. That's the way I changed it, by accepting my part in the culture and taking accountability. I was always smarter than other people in my hood and knew better than but I still did all the same crap. You know, it doesn't excuse it at all. I could go on for days about how hard my life was, but that shit doesn't matter. It's time for us to man up. 07 Boogie. I'm glad you got things together and, you know, just continue to be a good role model. And yeah, that's, you know, that's the thing. It's like, and people can change. I do believe in that. But and here's a key distinction. Like, some people are taking this shit too far. Like, some people are saying, I'm sure you know what TND is and all that kind of stuff. And obviously I disavow that. But you see how just like there are legitimate grievances, and then there are like groups that just take it too far, and they are not interested in an amicable solution. They want kind of this like vengeance, and I don't think that's right either. Look, we have to find a way to live with each other. We have to find a way to solve these problems, and that's why I think it's so important that Nick continues to succeed, because you listen to what Nick says. He's not advocating for violence. He's rooting for black people. Not everyone out there is rooting for black people. You know, there is some truth out there that there are sick people that just want vengeance. They want to take it out on all black people. And I don't think that's right either. And so I think as long as we have Nick and he's leading the charge, like, you can tell that things will be morally grounded. Because I do think the key path forward 100% involves Christianity. So between Roger Jackson's situation and Carmelo Anthony's situation, I've completely lost hope with society. Seeing people defend those two was the final straw for you. Don't lose hope. Don't lose hope. Like, yes, it's gross seeing a lot of the people you know, I saw some of the comments on like the Carmelo Anthony, his fund campaign. What do you call it? GoFundMe. And yeah, a lot of the comments were sick. A lot of people were glorifying what he did, saying that white people deserve it. I've seen that 100%. And the fact that he raised $500,000, yeah, that's pretty sick. Don't get me wrong. So like, yeah, there's a problem, but you know, don't lose hope because people are waking up to this stuff. Isn't Scott Adams dying from the jab? Yeah, I think he has cancer. I don't know if it's from the vaccine. I don't know when that all started, but yeah, he does have cancer if I'm not mistaken. It's true. That's what I would see. People with the violent testosterone of a man stuck in the mind and body of someone raised by an irrational, emotional woman. You get a violent, emotional man lady. Yeah. Yeah, I'm all about pride and unity, but I can't get behind any type of supremacy or hate. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's like it's like there are people that hate out there, and you know if you're Christian, you can't hate. You can hate certain, like, look, don't get me wrong, like I hate to see people get murdered, but you shouldn't hate people. And that's certainly like it can be a difficult thing as a Christian to navigate because there is a lot of evil in the world. And so what it means to love everybody is to want what's best for them unconditionally. And you know, as a Christian, obviously, you want them to accept Christ. And in accepting Christ, it means they stop doing bad things. But yeah. People should look into accelerationism. Well, I mean, I'm not an accelerationist. I accept things are probably going to get worse. I think that's clear. Things are going to, like, the economy is going to get worse. I think that's obvious, for one. I think these issues are going to become more contentious. I accept that a lot of that is kind of part of the deal, that maybe it presents an opportunity because things have to get bad typically before they get better. But I don't think we should want for things to get worse because there's no guarantee that things will pan out the way we want them to, just because we think that things getting worse is a prerequisite for winning. We could lose. Things could get worse and then they could declare martial law and, you know, put like Catholics in prison or something. I know that's like, sounds ridiculous, but you get my point. Exactly, you can hate things about people now as a whole. Acceleration of first time hearing that? Well, Zod, you shouldn't like hate people. I know it's like hard in this day and age. But like you can hate sin, that's fine. But you know, I don't hate, for instance, like I've grown up around black people my whole life. Like I don't hate black people. Like there are things I don't like about, you know, a lot of the black people that I have to deal with on a daily basis. But I don't hate them. I don't fundamentally hate them. I just wish they would get their act together. Well, you do? Well, you shouldn't. You shouldn't, Zod. You shouldn't hate anybody. You know, and that's also, I also don't think that's a way to win. I don't think we win by preaching like, I know this might sound cheesy, but I think it's true. I think you don't win people over through this like kind of like vitriolic, hateful rhetoric. I think you win people over by sending a positive message and a real path for how we can make things better. And don't get me wrong, look, what this is going to look like in practice, if we want to truly fix the black crime issue in our country, is we're going to have to arrest a lot of black people that are committing these crimes. Straight up. And a lot of black people are going to be very upset by that. And they'll cry things like systemic racism. They'll decry the police. But it is a necessary thing that needs to happen because look at what's happening to our cities. And so that's not something that's spurred on by hate by any means. Well, you're a Christian, so that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, and I think everyone should be Christian, but I even if I were to make a pragmatic argument, I don't think a hateful message is one that's going to pick up a lot of traction. I think most people are just kind of instinctually turned off by that. So even if I'm being purely pragmatic, I don't see how that's a winning ticket. I don't think you'll win a lot of favor by spreading a hateful message. It's about loving your country. It's about loving, and white people need to learn to love their own people. To learn, like, there's a lot of self-flagellation going on. They need to love themselves and their ancestors, etc. It's a breaking of the system and an opportunity for whatever is next. Communist, fascist, anarchy, yeah, accelerationism. Black people just got to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Boogie AIDS wakes up and just sees red. I get it, dude. I struggle not to hate, but seriously working on keeping that in check. No, for real. Like, look, I'll be honest, man. It's like, you see what, you see what they're doing to Gaza. You see what they're doing to America, and you know who I'm talking about. I have to be like careful, I'm on YouTube. I might get flagged, but it can be hard not to hate. It can be hard because that's kind of like your first instinctual response. And you can resent what they're doing, but you want them to stop. You want, I don't want to genocide anybody, obviously. That's what they deal in. That's what they deal in, the hatred. Yeah. White people just aren't tribal. That's why the boomers elected Obama. Yeah, and it is becoming a survival response that white people kind of are becoming more tribal because, look at all these instances of just random violence against white people in the two-tier justice system. It's like, it's absurd. These violent, look at what happened just a couple days ago in the UK. So this 14-year-old girl, who's on camera, trying to scare away this migrant that's filming her and her friends in a park. She's brandishing a knife and an axe to try and get the migrant to leave them alone, because there's so many instances of migrants raping UK children. It's happening all the time. And she's the one that gets arrested. What? It's like this poor girl has been absolutely failed by society, by the system, by the government. She shouldn't have to be brandishing these weapons to stay safe. And then she's the one that's punished. So, yeah, there is a consciousness that's rising. Boogades, if you just physically whip yourself... I agree, being hateful isn't going to win anyone over, nor is it productive, but I can't just pretend that I don't hate them just because of that. It's tough. Look, and that's part of the problem. It's like a lot of that isn't it's like an understandable response. Don't get me wrong. When I go out, and there are a lot of black people around I don't know, it's like I'm on guard. I keep my head on a swivel. And it's not a great thing, but that's reality. I don't hate these people. I don't want them to suffer. I don't want people to suffer. And I want them to stop being that way, because and I think this is a key distinction. It's like if black people stopped committing more crime and, were more respectable, presentable, etc., would anybody really have a problem with them? Would anybody really I wouldn't have to do that. I wouldn't have to have my head on a swivel and all the time whenever I go out, because there would be no statistical reason for that. So, and so people need to understand the distinction there. I don't hate black people. People shouldn't hate black people just because, but that doesn't mean that you don't address reality. And so, yeah, I don't want to die. I don't want people I care about to die from one of these senseless carjackings or whatever. And that's the reality. But it's not productive to wish ill upon these people. I want them to do better as a collective. I want them to get their shit together, and then we can all live happily, right? And so that's really, I think, what is meant when most people say that they don't hate these people. It's just a kind of a grim reality of the way things are right now. You're white and you're tribal now? No. No. Gotta find God. I'm gonna leave it to Nick to give the positive message and lead us forward. That's what I'm saying. Like, Nick, like, here's the thing. If Nick, and I pray to God this doesn't happen, but if they take out Nick, who's gonna lead this movement? You can easily see how what could come after that could be a lot darker. It could be a lot more resentful. And I think it would be a lot more extreme and frankly, probably violent. And people think they want that because they have this righteous indignation and they want to like inflict the same pain that's been inflicted on us, but you really don't want that. You really don't want that in actuality. One, I think that's that's something you shouldn't want, because that's, how are we any better? I know this is kind of like maybe trite, but when we criticize, for example, like Jews for bombing Palestinians en masse, how are we really any better if we condemn a whole group of people for in the same vein? That just because we have some kind of grievance, that doesn't justify that. So again, if the problem were resolved of black violence, then again, I don't think there would be much of a reason to hate. I think a lot of people would think very differently. I pray you can find it in your heart to just see it's bigger than race. Yeah, and it is bigger than race. England is over. They are arresting old ladies and for Fed posting mean stuff on Facebook. Yeah, no, England's cooked, man. I don't know what they're gonna do. Mello, have you tried bringing them to the gospel when you're on the mission? No, I don't. Look, there's a time and place. I just try not to talk to people in public, man. You just don't know. I'd rather evangelize from here, you know. You just don't know, man. You just don't fucking know. I'll leave, but I also don't take the metro. I don't take public transportation. I leave the hate for the Jews, not the white thing to do. Yeah, it's really just not the Christian thing to do. And like I said, man, it's tough. It's tough. It's not an easy thing. But this is how you stay grounded. You know, I've certainly had dark thoughts when, you know, seeing what's going on in Gaza in particular. You know, it's easy to have these sort of dark feelings and thoughts like, man, these people, you know, these people have it coming or whatever. But, you know, you just can't think that way. It's not good. It's not even good for you. It's not good for you to be in that kind of headspace. It's tough. It's tough. And again, like I said, I want to make this clear. That doesn't mean we just roll over and accept all of the bad stuff happening to us. Of course not. That's not what I'm saying. But there's a fine line between justice and this kind of sick vengeance that goes way too far. Luke 6:27-28. But to you who are listening, I say, love your enemies, do good to those who hate you, bless those who curse you, pray for those who mistreat you. Yeah, you have to pray for those, because what does that mean? What does it mean to pray for your enemies? It's like, and if it's true that your enemies are truly evil, which obviously many of our enemies are, Netanyahu, for instance, to pray for them is to pray that they find God, that they find Christ, that they stop doing what they're doing. Many people just don't know what they're doing. And that's what Jesus prayed for on the cross. I know, you know, I don't want this to just become like a, you know, I don't want it to come off as cheesy, but, you know, in Christ's final moments, this is how you know he was the real deal. In his final moments on the cross, what was he thinking of? You know? Was he sitting there going, damn these people, I hate them. I was trying to save them and they crucify me? No, dude, he was on the cross and he was saying, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. You know, and Christ could have come back and he could have, like, raged with vengeance. But he didn't do that. And so, I think we need to learn from his example. Though true, Mello, the entirety of the conservative movement will die if Nick dies. Nothing could ever fill the void, and no one will take his place. We'll all be a movement locked, and there will be a timer content screen says you lose like a video game. All right, that's bait. That's not what I said. I said that people would take his place, and I think what takes the place would likely be something more extreme. Nobody said it would be easy to be Christian. Well, yeah, that's why, you know, the road to heaven is long and narrow. The gates to heaven are very narrow. Conversely, the road to hell is very short and the gates are very wide. What does that mean? It means that it's easy to go to hell. There's a lot of people going to hell. And it's very broad. You know, there's a lot of ways you can go to hell, but going to heaven is very difficult. It's arduous, but specific. There's a specific way to go to heaven. And not a lot of people are going to heaven because the gates are so narrow. Though true, Mellow, unironically. Oh, kumquat. Okay, there's one person I hate in the world, and it's kumquat. There's one person we can hate, and it's kumquat. Nah, I'm just kidding. I think that's why they will try to take out Nick again. They want right-wing racist brats who are happy with what's happening in Gaza and against blacks domestically. They want to create this domestic terrorism problem so they can be justified in smacking it down. I know you're on hateful, bro. You can thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, and it's tough. Like I said, man, we're all in the mud together. Like, I'm not trying to say I'm holier than anybody, holier than thou, or I'm all that or anything. Like, we all struggle with sin. Everybody struggles with this stuff. Even the Pope goes to confession. So it's not easy. But that's life. And there's things to be thankful for. Every day is a gift. Every day, you know, is a beautiful gift from God. And you know, it's like once you not to sound again, I feel like this is like a cheesy thing, but you know, once you find God, it's like, what is there really to fear? Fear no evil. The only thing you should really fear is God. God is the only thing you should truly fear. Don't get me wrong, things are scary, but like, just remember that. Christian suffering is about ignoring pain or sinking into it. It's about allowing God to transform it. Jesus doesn't ask us to cling to a victim mindset. He calls us to take up the cross with him. And in that union, our suffering is transformed, filled with dignity and purpose, rather than let them empty. Very well said, Maria. Very well said. We're called to take up our cross. We're called to do our part. We all have a role to play. And we all have our mission. We all have our marching orders. And we can all do, you know, we can all be a part of the solution in our own way. But it always, and this is kind of like maybe a little abstract, but you know, it always starts with your own individual actions. We are a society, but we are a society built of individuals. And I think part of the problem is that ultimately a lot of people feel like when nobody's watching, that they can just kind of do whatever. People individually have given into this sort of wrongdoing, this sinful nature. People are less honest. People are more indifferent. You know, they're lazier in many ways. They're just not really trying to be good. They don't have this moral framework because they're kind of okay with just this ambiguity. They're okay being agnostic and not really asking questions because, you know, being a Christian can be a tough transformation because you have to be accountable. You want to be a good Christian, it means you have to live by a certain set of rules, and that's difficult. It's not easy being a Christian. Like, just look at our society, dude. It's like, how easy would it be to just start, like, you know, we are at any point in time, realistically, 5 seconds away from just straight up like the most egregious pornography you can imagine. Being a Christian says you can't do that stuff. To give in to that kind of temptation. So it's not, that's just one example of many of like, it's not an easy thing to do, but it's one that is worthwhile, obviously. So, is there a secondary chat I can't see? I can hear you reading some of the comments I don't see. Yeah, no, there's it's on the stream. I could probably extend the duration of them. Maybe I'll do that. Yeah, it's on the stream itself, because I'm also on Twitch and Kick as well at the same time. So I tried to combine them all into one chat on the screen, but maybe I need to extend the duration. So I'm going to the hood to preach the gospel, and when they gun me down, I get a free ticket. You losers could deal with all of this mess. Shit. I don't know, man. God might protect you. It might not be that simple. Maybe he'll just like shoot. You'll get shot in the spine. He'll just be a cripple for the rest of your life, and you'll have to deal with that. You know. Hammer is based. Kumquat has his own chat. He was bad and had to be separated. Real. I have my own chat because I can't be trusted with mod powers around you freaks. Yeah, well. Yeah, I mean, look. You want to bring Bob back. Kumquat wants to bring Bob back. I don't know if I can do that. I don't know. I think I'll lose my sanity if we bring Bob back. If you find yourself wallowing in suffering, highly recommend Father Chad Ripperberger's sermon on a series on the 7 Deadly Sins Pride. You can find on YouTube. Bobby. Yeah, no, that's why one of the reasons why they say pride is the deadliest of the seven deadly sins is because it's to put yourself above God. So very easily you can see how everything else can come from a result of pride, all these other sins, if you put yourself above God. You know, humility is a gift. You put God first, then virtue will follow. So, but you see these prideful people that think they know better, you know, all the time, and they think they're better than something they think is backwards, and somehow it makes them more intelligent or sophisticated if they're atheists, because they think that believing in God is a cope. Oh, I can't see God. You believe in a sky daddy. Like, motherfucker. Oh, but you believe in the Holocaust. Joking. Okay, never mind. And we're moving on. And we're moving on. Oh, great. What is this shit? A horror take on the childhood of Jesus. Okay. Anybody really surprised by that? Cookie math. Cookie math. How many cookies? Yeah, 6 years. 12 ovens. It takes around 24 hours to cook one cookie. Even if you double stack them. I don't know. Anyway, I guess we never really finished going over the shooting. People are saying that he is Jewish, but aside from the name and physiognomy, is there any concrete confirmation of that? Because even like Rerum Novarum reported that. Yeah, here are images from the manifesto and some of the stuff he was writing. Yeah, this satanic 9 angles, Order of the 9 Angles, and the 764 network. What is... Let's... Order of the 9 Angles. Whoops. Secretive, decentralized, satanic, neo-Nazi organization. Claim to... Left-hand path. Oh, look, it's Baphomet. Terrorist network. Origin in the UK. Neo-Nazi ideology. Traditional Satanism and modern pagan elements in its belief. Maybe the father. BXS and good docs on X. Westman is of Scandinavian origin. That's what I heard. Somebody else said that. Well, it's 764, right? 764. Ukraine. Yeah, I mean, Ukraine has a problem with, like, the, you know, Stepan neo-Nazi blood and soil pagan LARPers with splashes of Satanism. That's long been documented in Ukraine. But apparently this guy might have been like more of a Russian influenced individual. And I know it's like, you know, you're right there. Sort of potato kind of. For those that don't know, the 764 network is a misanthropic child exploitation cult that encourages mass shootings and is affiliated with the Satanic Order of Nine Angles, an occult neo-Nazi organization designated as a terrorist organization by multiple nations. Oh, esoteric shaggyism. That's a good account. Did a phenomenal thread on X in January covering the Antioch High School shooting, also perpetuated by a 764 affiliate. Oh, I didn't know she was, yeah, she was also a part of that. Maybe we'll investigate that. Imagine transitioning to a woman, but you're yeah. Yeah, the Banderites, yeah. Can you stop burping? Okay, come quiet. This is why never mind. Yeah, for real though. Fucking Crimson Chin looking ass. Look at this shit. Bro looks like an Oblivion character. Greetings! Huh. Heard any news from the other provinces? Be seeing you. Look, come quiet. I'm drinking Coke, okay? It's part of the tradition. I have to get more. I'm running out. Remember the other night, you know, Nick was talking about, you know, Coke is his favorite soda. And I have to agree, it's my favorite soda as well. It's great. Goes with everything. How can you hate it? Authorities now believe that Robin Westman had loose ties to the Annunciation Catholic Church. His mother worked at the church. Ah, shit. Everything always goes back to Nick's. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, pussy. No, it doesn't. See, that's bait. That's bait right there. You are trying to bait me. I know you are. Kumquat is my biggest op. I swear. I've been drinking Coke, Mexican Coke, since high school. Let's take a look at this thread about the 764. The shooter in Antioch, Nashville was a pro-Ukraine Satanist A-log, not a fan of Nick Fuentes. Isn't that funny how a lot of these people are actually tied to, like, Baptists? Actually, several such cases. Weird, isn't it? Like, there was that one, right, this is the, what's this person's name, right? Like, there's this woman, but the other guy, what was his name? The black guy that posted the picture of his backpack. It's like more often than not, these people are somehow associated with BAP. Is that SpongeBob as an SS skull? Yeah, that's kind of funny. Yeah, it does go deep. It goes very deep. Solomon Henderson was a friend and copycat of Baptist. Yeah, Henderson, right? Is that who I'm thinking of? Was a friend and copycat of Baptist Samantha Rupnow. Apart from an anti-Christian satanic pedo cult called the 764 Temple of Bob. Dude, it all comes together. Bob, Temple of Bob. I should have known. I should have known. It was staring us right in the face. I should have known the whole time, dude. Bob, who's Temple of Bob? Why don't you ask Bob, Kumquat? Why do you want us to unban Bob so badly, Kumquat? You've got some explaining to do. He hated Groypers and had a Kiwi Farms account. Everything that's subhuman... Okay, we don't need to go that far. Believed in stands against what Nick Fuentes says and does. I mean, I guess what he does makes him subhuman, but... we shouldn't dehumanize people. I think, you know, the problem with dehumanizing people... one of the problems with dehumanizing people is it's sort of like... I think it makes people forget what humans are capable of. You know? When you think of the greatest mass murderers in history, it's easy to write them off as subhuman, but it's like, look, these are things, they were people. Many of them, you know, had families and friends. They just did sick things. You know, I never really liked that. Even when, you know, I was like blue-pilled, I never really liked the idea of like when people said, Hitler was subhuman. You know, it's, you know, he's a total animal. It's like, why would you, like, that doesn't track. I don't think, well, whatever. I don't want to go off on a tangent. I just think that kind of stuff is, I think that's counterproductive. Including following accounts calling for the death of Nick Fuentes. That's intentional. He wanted to smear Christians and actual right-wingers. He was a mentally ill schizophrenic e-stalker in an anti-white death cult and died for the cause of being so immersed in the A-Log Kiwi Farm soy jet culture, he died for it. Africa's bad for freak Bob. For real. Killing some random Hispanic 16-year-old is not helping to save the white race. This was done purely for ego and attention. Following accounts like Turkey Tom, Mr. Beast, and others. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of these people are just sick. Sick A-logs. Fucking one-shotted by MK Ultra. One-shotted by SSRIs and pornography. So many such cases. Here's a promo for 09A/764 offshoot, Temple of Bob, featuring Noctulian Freaky Bob, who they worship as a dark god. None of this is insane stuff has anything to do with it. Anything Nick has ever said, I disavow it all.
Noctulian Freaky Bob here. Today the subject will be a bit different thanks to the greedy Jew that goes by the name Elon Musk. So this kike recently did a ban wave on Twitter, and so many people got suspended, including our profiles. Please retweet and also join our Telegram channel as we post exclusive and early...
Oh wow, 88 subscribers. Is that could that be a dog
content
whistle?
There. In the coming sinister rape creek, his family will be targeted, along with his tranny son. Every enemy standing in the way of Sponge Imperium will be destroyed.
Dude, this has to just be like the shittiest, like, Fed psyop ever. like, bro. Are we serious right now? Imagine going to hell for Freaky Bob. Imagine burning in hell for eternity because Freaky Bob told you to kill some random Mexican. Like, what? in my original post linking Satanist school shooters and BAP to Captive Dreamer 7. Ah, yes, Russian Cosmist. This fucking guy. This guy. You could see Solomon Henderson has a mutual follower of Wisconsin shooter Natalie Samantha Rupnow. What are the chances of that? Baptist A-log school shooters. Yeah. Isn't that funny? All these Baptists that are in these like esoteric Satanist groups. It all comes together, man. Isn't it funny? You think that Bronze Age pervert is just kind of this like funny guy schizo posting on the internet about bodybuilding and aestheticism and kind of vague white nationalist sentiments, but don't be mean to Jews. And you dig a little bit deeper and you realize it's a part of this extensive Jewish network of subversion and literal terrorism. Who would have thought? That's crazy. Tennessee Antioch school shooter Solomon Henderson, self-described as an A-log/hater of Nick Fuentes, who admitted he only associated with Nick Fuentes and Kuipers for attention. He's an self-proclaimed A-logger. Yeah, I did see this before. Okay, I thought I did. Way back in January. I already have it bookmarked. Anyway. But again, I do not... Just scroll up a little bit. Wait, why is this what? Why is this limited? Visibility limited? Why? It must have just been auto-flagged for having like neo-Nazi and satanic or some shit. O9A hates the Church of Satan. The Church of Satan hates O9A. O9A actually does magic. Order of 9 Anglos. Real, huh? Yeah, I mean, no, I believe that. Dude, it fucking... Pick sucks, man. TOS has no basis in actual Satanism. That's what I've heard. That they are just LARPers. And you look at the stuff they put on, the fedora wearing people that like join the Church of Satan. Like those people aren't serious. The people committing mass shootings are fucking serious, you know what I'm saying? Like clearly... Bro, why are people are calling this account Jewish? Dude, not all neo-Nazis are the same. I think people are genuinely IQ gated here. There are like... People are actually just betraying their own knowledge on the subject when they say shit like this. There are Jewish Nazis in Ukraine. They're not the same. They don't believe in the same shit. These Banderites at one point fought the Nazis in World War II. Do people not understand the distinction? It's sort of like the factionalism between Church of Satan and the Order of 9 Angles. They might both ostensibly be Satanists, but they're not on the same team. I'm trying to find this one post. saying that he was Jewish. Because here it says transsexual Jew in his early 20s. But I just don't. Where's trying to find the confirmation he was Jewish, other than just his physiognomy and his name. Relax. Relax, come quiet. Relax. I don't know, man. Let's just take a shot in the dark here. I'm just, you know, I think there's low confidence that this person is a Jew. I wouldn't be surprised if he is, but we can't just be saying shit. I know we're all noticing right now, but I remember, like, you know, when the Trump shooter or the patsy or the shooter, whatever, you know, when that whole story came out, people believed that he was Jewish because there was like some picture of a kid with a yarmulke on in a synagogue, and that went around, and then it was revealed it wasn't the same person. You cannot legitimately be a low IQ anti-Semite. We have to do our due diligence. Otherwise, we look like fucking idiots.
Us to be unreasonable. Now it's time for us to be unreasonable. Well,
Yes.
Hey y'all, today I'm going to be reading the Amana electric dryer user manual. Dryer safety. Your safety and the safety of others are very important. We have provided many important safety messages in this.
Yeah. I would have shoved the shooter into a locker, I can tell you that much. Yeah. You would have gone up to him. Hey! Stop that! Giving him nuggies. Wet willies. You would have pulled his underwear over his head. That would have showed him. Yeah, you would have mogged him. You would have pushed him onto the ground and he would have been like... That's what you would have done? Yeah. Anyway. Well, additionally, Israel and Syria are going at it again. I'm just catching up with the rerum today. Dude, my back is sore. My back is sore, man. Wave of Israeli airstrike struck a military base near Jabal al-Main, south of Damascus. At least 6 Israeli projectiles were fired with casualties reported.
الله أكبر الله أكبر.
Yeah. What am I guess we're just supposed to listen, but what am I looking at here? Are these the best videos we could find? Israeli drones. Yeah, I mean... I mean, this is just part of the play. Reopen the... as one front closes, they reopen another front. Because they're trying to blitz through Syria. Because they want that Greater Israel project. They want that buffer zone. They want to completely dominate the region. So certainly at bare minimum, they want Syria split up into 1,000 pieces. They don't want a unified, organized Syria. At least one that they don't influence, that they don't directly control. Excuse me. Having their enemies segmented and split apart like that is beneficial to them. Yeah, I mean, these are just like minute-by-minute reports on conflict breaking out again in Syria. Nothing really, anything new. Pope Leo sent a telegram this evening warning the fatal attack on a Catholic church in Minneapolis. He gave his apostolic blessing to the school community, the archdiocese, and the surrounding area. Yeah. Sick, man. Israeli troops have allegedly pair-dropped on the hills of Al-Mania in southern Damascus, Syria. The site was struck less than an hour ago by 9 airstrikes. The landing has been reported to Syrian sources only. Israeli monitoring sources have not confirmed the operation. What is this? Is this their path? I can't see shit, bro. Confirmation: Israeli troops landed in Tal al-Mania, just 11 kilometers south of Damascus City. Israeli helicopters continue to operate over Al-Kiswa, just west of the hills. The IDF troops pair-dropped. I wonder how deep they're gonna go with this. Suwaida region. Military leading attacks. Al Jazeera. No clashes occurred on the ground between Israeli forces participating in the landing operation and Syrian army forces, according to Al Jazeera. And according to a Syrian military source. The Israeli army brought in dozens of soldiers and a number of search equipment to Al-Kiswa. The gentleman spent more than 2 hours in the landing area in Kiswa. Okay. Doesn't look like the biggest news. Pakistani airstrikes against southern Afghanistan. No confirmation yet on whether the 4 Israeli helicopters in as Suaida landed. Did I always struggle? I struggle there. If so, they were likely carrying supplies for the Druze forces. 2 to 4 Israeli helicopters dropped off troops in at least one location in southern Damascus. At least 2 separate landings. IDF troops carried out serious operation of the old IRGC-built Al-Kiswa military facility. Up to 15 airstrikes were reported against the Al-Kiswa military facility prior to the IDF pair-drop operation. Have they made any official statement on... Has Israel made any statement on what they're trying to accomplish specifically with this? I guess it would just be they're supplying the Druze forces. Hypersonic missiles against Kiev. That's about it. I mean, it's not like... I guess it's not that, nothing really that groundbreaking here. Look up the map for Greater Israel Project. Yeah, it consumes most of Syria. All the way up to, pretty much up to Turkey. Yeah. How much of this they'll realistically be able to obtain is, of course, in question, but this is the goal. Because if they have all this territory, then, you know, they have control of trade in the region. Certainly, certainly if they have access to the Red Sea and the Mediterranean. Obviously, because of all of the trade that moves through here. So. Only Macron can stop Israel, so it's basically over for the Middle East. Having a hard time with Gaza. I mean, Gaza's pretty much done, though. You know, they're not firing any more missiles out of Gaza. Hamas is pretty much done. Now that's why they're reopening their front in Syria. And also they're bombing the Houthis in Yemen. But the real juicer here, right? The real goal is to get access to the trade routes through the Red Sea and into the Mediterranean. Because this is incredibly valuable land if properly utilized. Because they're bridging 3 different continents here. You know, Europe, Asia, and Africa. So if they having control of that region and then, you know, improving the infrastructure and protecting it under one banner that has security guarantees, you'd see trade go through this region much more frequently, and Israel become incredibly wealthy simply by being the middleman of trade. So... Speaker, you have pressing news. Important update, Speaker. Okay, what is it, Kumquat? So, I think Israel definitely has eyes on the Suez Canal, but they could also potentially carve out their own canal, which would go straight through Gaza if they're unable to obtain the Suez Canal. Pants have been shitted. Okay, what is it, Kumquat? This is gonna be stupid, man. This is gonna be fucking retarded. I already know. What is it, Kumquat? What is it, man? What is your breaking news? Oh, that's all? Pants have been thanks. Thanks, Kumquat. I appreciate you. What would I do without Kumquat? Thanks for the live update. Fucking guy. Israel sending robot suicide bombs into buildings in Gaza and blaming Hamas as if Hamas has robots. Dude, they'll blame everything on Hamas. It's like they'll bomb a fucking hospital and say there was a Hamas HQ underneath the hospital. Okay, well, can we get a third-party investigator in? Sure. Bombs the fucking investigator. Bombs the journalists. No journalists allowed, because they're Hamas propagandists. Yeah. It's like literally everything they do, they blame Hamas. They blow up a hospital and then double tap it when rescue operations going on. It's Hamas's fault. Like, dude. It's just... Can't make this shit up, man. Oh, that canal is called the Ben Gurion Canal. You know what Hamas means in Spanish? Never, because they never existed. Whoa, whoa, that's crazy, whoa. Yeah, look, Hamas is infiltrated top to bottom. And, you know, they bragged about this. It's infiltrated top to bottom. It's like... And I think that's kind of obvious, because what exactly has Hamas achieved? Because so far, they've provoked Israel in an attack that Israel knew was coming. They wanted it to happen. And then they've gotten absolutely obliterated. What exactly? I mean, I guess, you know, Palestine will be recognized as a country by the UN, probably in September. And with that will come all of the rights that a country has. But there's kind of nothing left of Palestine anyway. What, 70% of the buildings are leveled? The infrastructure is just gone. There's no more infrastructure. It's gonna take years just to clear the rubble, let alone to rebuild anything. So, yeah, Hamas was an op from the start. And the canal will only cost the USA $55 billion. Yeah, that's if they build this one and not just utilize the Suez Canal somehow in the future. We'll see what happens, because I'm sure they're also of the mind that it would be easier to just steal somebody else's already built canal. It would also mean that they could start making money from the trade a lot sooner. But how you accomplish that is obviously difficult. So I think building an additional canal is contingent on the circumstances, on whether or not they can obtain Suez from Egypt somehow, if that's even their end game. Because I think it would be in their interests as a nation to have direct control and authority over it, rather than just simply having like a trade deal with Egypt of some sort, or some kind of alliance, a security-backed guarantee. I think they would want direct ownership of it, because that's how they maximize their profits. So whether they take it from Egypt, maybe another false flag, or they build their own, we'll see. It would be a little bizarre having like two canals right next to each other. Hey Egypt, look over there. Whoop, it's ours. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, look at what they've already been able to achieve, you know? And Egypt is not exactly a strong country. They are heavily dependent on foreign aid. Or rather, they've been pacified by American foreign aid. But that canal is kind of their only relevance. The only thing kind of keeping them relevant. If they didn't have it, what does Egypt have to offer? How do they generate wealth? Israel wants a northern buffer zone. Syria is being anti-Semitic. Yeah, they've always wanted the buffer zone. Whether or not they can achieve this is the question. Because obviously, or maybe not obviously, but you know, their argument is, you know, we're just trying to secure our borders. You know, we're trying. Israel's trying to secure its own interests. It's because they're surrounded by enemies, and Israel cannot be safe without this buffer zone. And that, again, that translates simply to we will never be safe as long as there are other countries next to us. Well, technically, that's true for anybody. If Turkey conquered all their neighbors, they would be safer. Say if France conquered, you know, Spain, you could extend that to any country. That's always going to be true. If you have no neighbors, then you will technically be safer. So if that's like the basis of their argument, then they will always be at risk. As long as Israel has neighbors, by their logic, they will always be at risk. You see how that works? So their argument is flawed, because this will always be true. And it's not exclusive to Israel or any Jewish state. You think $3 billion a year? Yeah, well, they want to develop greater infrastructure. My understanding is that China's waiting in the wings. You know, they want to be a part of that too. Help develop the infrastructure for a cut of the profit. So they can increase trade, simplify trade routes to go through the Middle East. But what the fuck? Can I? Okay. This is awful. Can I zoom in? Anyway, so China wants their Belt and Road Initiative. And of course, India is an interested party as well. Pretty much all these countries are interested in simplifying the trade route through to Europe and also to Africa. What's interesting too is with the Arctic melting, new trade routes can open up here as well. Either between Canada, Russia. China is trying to make a claim for it too. But people are like, not so fast. You're not an Arctic nation. That doesn't make sense. But this could be a valuable... this territory is becoming a lot more valuable as it becomes more viable to pass trade through it as the ice recedes. In 2000, two offshore natural gas fields, Gaza Marine 1 and Gaza Marine 2, were discovered about 30 to 36 kilometers off of Gaza's coast, containing an estimated 1 trillion cubic feet of gas. That's a lot of shekels. Yeah, I mean, the resources are also, excuse me, a big factor in this too. It's also one of the reasons why they're not happy with Iran. So, in short, like this conflict is not just about land, but also access to resources. And Iran trying to, how would you say, dissuade Saudi Arabia by closing the Strait of Hormuz to curb a lot of Saudi Arabia's ability to export oil. So that's just one form of warfare, these sanctions. Hmm. 1.3 was wrong. The same about Mexico. You don't trust Canada either. I mean, it's part of the Monroe Doctrine that the U.S. should just own all of the Americas. This should be our territory, our stomping ground. And that falls in line with the logic for why America's interested in like overthrowing Maduro, because Maduro is deepening relations with China and Russia as well, and I believe Iran additionally. So pretty much, you know, he's sort of leading his country away from the American hegemon and more towards these rising competitors, and America's not okay with that. What does the color of the country denote? I don't know. I just clicked on a random map. It's kind of ass though. Maybe we can find a better one. This is not bad. So, is there anything else I wanted to say? Anything else I wanted to say on that matter? Yeah, I don't know. We might see American intervention in Venezuela. That's totally possible. There was something a few days ago. Maybe Kumquat, maybe you remember more clearly, but wasn't our military given authorization? Something along those lines. I need to look this up. I'm totally blanking on it. But it seems like there's a lot of motion for military intervention, both to deal with the cartels in Mexico, but also Venezuela. Yeah, I don't trust Canadians either. I feel unsafe. Trump should declare them anti-Semitic. Dude, Canada's cooked, man. Canada's fucked. I read somewhere that, I think the foreign-born population is like 50%. 55% of Canada is foreign-born. It's fucked. It is fucked. Canada is cooked. It's over. It's fried. There are so many Indians in Canada. It's ridiculous. It's disturbing. Yeah. Rough. But so I wouldn't be surprised if because they've been talking about it heavily, military intervention in Venezuela. And don't get me wrong, there's real problems in Venezuela and Mexico that we need to resolve. Obviously the cartels shipping fentanyl into America is a real problem, but I think that the bigger motivation, like I said earlier, is Venezuela making deals with China and Russia. And it's actually good policy. You know, I'm generally against most US intervention because it's not in our interests, but this is one of those cases where on principle America, it is in our interests to dominate this part of the world. This half of the world should be in America's pocket. And it would be no different if it were Russia doing the same thing or China doing the same thing in their proximate region, in their backyard. You know, China owns this region in the same way Russia owns this region. It's just, that's how power works. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. William Sherman will take care of the Indians in Canada. Yeah, dude, it's fuck, man. It's just sad to see. No what, Kumquat? What are you saying? No what? America owns the world. Well, yeah, as an American, I want to own the world too. I don't want to blow up the whole world, but I think we should be the most powerful country ever. That's, look, people in Russia want the same thing for their country. People in China want the same thing for their country. I want America to be as powerful as possible. And of course, that's, you know, really under the presupposition that we become a sovereign country again. I don't want America to become the most powerful country in the world if that means that Israel becomes the most powerful country in the world because they own America. So let's start there. But in a ideal world, America would be the supreme empire. Anyone who thinks otherwise is dead. Zapped by space laser. That's kind of keck. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, things are becoming unstable, right? As these rising hegemons are growing in power, it's pulling countries into a different sphere of influence. But obviously, the West, which is America, an extension of America, doesn't want that to happen. And so you're seeing conflicts break out. You're seeing conflicts break out along these fault lines where these civilizations are rubbing against each other. Ukraine is one example of that. The fault line between the West and the Orthodox civilization. You're seeing these fault lines break out in Africa as well, namely North and West Africa, between France and Russia, because these are all previous French colonies that Russia is trying to now pull into their sphere of influence because there's a lot of valuable resources here like uranium. You need to date a Latina? Okay, buddy. That way, when the world falls apart, you're ready. You've been trained. You can thrive in chaos and instability. Yeah, I just need to have a fucking Latina, like, making my life a living hell every fucking second. Just causing drama for the sake of drama. If I'm too nice to the female waitress, I just get a fucking death glance to my Latina GF. Ride the tiger. Ride the tiger. Okay, Evola. Relax. Anyway, that's enough map stuff for now. Why is this creepy? Creepy.org. Y'all are haters for real. Dude, I love seeing, like, Japan is just like, they are really just going fucking like all out. I'm seeing more and more like Japanese nationalism come out on social media in protest of all of these foreign workers coming in, Nigerians and Indians. With the Nigerians in Japan. Yikes, dude. Yeah, the Japanese just are, they are so much quicker to reject this shit. Dude, fucking Vivek Ramaswamy, bro. I hate this guy. This guy sucks. Kumquat glazing. Murray, I've got to hand it to you unironically. I think you hold the record for the most streams attended without saying a retarded take. True. True. Here's your reward. Your based award. You can pin it on your lapel. Bro. Okay. Is she claiming that he was molested by a priest? Bro. Japanese cops are based? Yeah, they... Cursed. Fucking cursed. Cursed. Yeah, the Japanese, like, they deported that one guy, that one streamer that was causing a problem. A whole bunch of nothing. Damn it. Japanese cops need a little more police brutality. They handle things too respectfully. I don't know. They were beating the shit out of this one guy. They were beating the fuck out of him. I don't know, man. Yeah, this one, like, streamer that was, like, causing a problem. I don't think it was Johnny Somali. It was another one of, like, those, disruptive streamers that travels to Asian countries and just causes problems. But they beat the fuck out of him and deported him. Why can't I see Kumquat's posts? He's on Twitch. And I combine everything in a chat on the screen. No, you're not in the timeout corner for being too base. What are you talking about? Mela hates me because he's... No, I hate you because you're retarded. Maybe I'll increase the duration they're on the screen for. Because I'm streaming on 2 other platforms as well. And just trying to combine the chat all into one. Bing bong. Settings. Where is it? Ah, here we go. Edit. Oh, it should disappear after 180 seconds. Yeah, I also stream on. Yeah. Yeah, all links in description. Link in bio. Link in bio. Yeah. I'll play with that a little bit more. Oh, it's on here, I think, right? Yeah, whatever. But yeah, honestly though, Kumquat, dude, I'm gonna be honest, man. YouTube is a far superior platform than Twitch. Twitch is like if you're trying to become not like I'm a big streamer or anything, but if you're like just getting started and trying to stream. Okay, Kumquat, yeah, you think you're you think you're funny, yeah, you think you're funny, posting on Kick now. What was I saying? Twitch sucks. It's like, dude, like YouTube just has way better discoverability. People can find your streams after the fact when you're offline. Twitch, if you're not live, you might as well not even exist. The same just asking questions people are now suddenly made people at Patrick Beck David for literally just asking questions with BB. What are you saying? Ugh. Are suddenly mad at PBD for literally just asking questions with BB. Dude, everybody knows what that interview was about. It was a puff piece for BB. It was 100% a puff piece. Because that's what he's doing. Like, he's trying to save face. He's trying to get some positive PR. That's not really the problem. Like, Patrick Bet David, one, he didn't really press BB that hard on anything, but two, he won't platform other people. Specifically, he won't platform Nick for like bullshit reasons that he's always redefining. First, it was because Nick says the N-word. Oh, big deal. And so he'll literally have on Netanyahu, who is, I would say, justifiably accused of committing a genocide. He'll have Netanyahu on, but he won't have somebody like Nick on. Oh yeah, you want PB&J? The kumquat was your mistle. What? What is that? Snuffle you. What is that? Mario, a snuffle. What even is that? For real, you lost your award. No, hold on. No. Let her cook. Put it back in the mail. What is a snuffle? Snuffle eupagus. I don't want to look that up. A large furry elephant-like character from the long-running children's television show Sesame Street per AI. Thank you, Hippocratic, for doing what I did not have the courage to do. You thought I was your bachelor friend. The voice, he is unironically the voice in my fucking head. He's in my walls. I can't get rid of him. Okay, you get your reward back, Maria. You get your reward back. You were 100% correct. On the money, on the money. I am constantly tortured by kumquat. I can't. It's just like this shadow hanging over me, haunting me, giving me grief. Invisible to everyone. Yeah, well. Yeah, he's only there on the screen, you know, only on the not in the chat, but on the actual stream itself. I don't know, maybe Kumquat should chat on YouTube. I don't know. These people saying don't have him on, not realize that he's the fucking leader of Israel, like they are going to keep fighting wars whether you platform them or not. That's not really the problem though. Obviously there's that case to be made because he is a powerful, influential figure. There's a clear double standard. His reasoning for having on Netanyahu, or rather his reasoning for not having on Nick Fuentes, yet having on somebody who's credibly accused of committing a genocide, it's like ridiculous. You know, this idea that he can't platform Nick because he's afraid he'll like say the N-word or something like that. He keeps changing his excuse, but he'll have on one of the most controversial people around. It's questionable. Because everybody can see what the interview was being used for as well. Like, where people aren't stupid, they know it's a PR move by Netanyahu. So if that's the case, why not have another controversial figure on that has an opposing viewpoint? That's the problem, really. Otherwise, he's just a gatekeeper. Otherwise, he'll platform a war criminal, but he won't platform what? A person that says mean things on the internet, somebody that is accused of being racist. It's like nobody's buying that. That's the real problem. Maria will come to the Twitch channel and it's empty. I'm not even here. I was in your head all along. Yeah, I know, right? Twitch is like by far just the worst fucking platform for streaming. If you're not already big, you might as well not exist on that platform. It's funny, actually, I watched this, here's a clip from, here's a big streamer, Ludwig, talking about it. It's actually funny, it's just relevant. But let's watch this real quick.
Up chat! If you guys did not tune into the stream yesterday, absolute banger. Possibly best stream of the year. But I don't want to toot my own horn. Few things to address. If you watched the stream on Wednesday, you might remember
a lot of Twitch is
that I said I would go live yesterday, aka Thursday. And if you're a follower of this stream on YouTube or Twitch, you might notice I didn't go live on those channels, but I did go live. I tweeted out about this, but yesterday I went live on a brand new Twitch account and I did not end the stream until I got a first time chatter, until somebody came into chat. It took 5 hours. I was dead ass talking to myself. Yes, camera on, mic on for 5 hours. I was just by myself for 5 hours. What's the channel? Well, I forgot that when you start a new channel, it doesn't auto save your VODs. So even if I told you the channel, it wouldn't matter. The VOD's dead. Now, I did record the entire VOD. So when the YouTube video comes...
BB criticized Trump for the November 2022 dinner with Ye and Nick. so there was no way PBD was going to invite Nick. But we also know that there's rumors, there's some stuff behind the scenes. There's a real reason why Patrick Bet-David doesn't want to have Nick on. It's pretty transparent if you read between the lines. But PBD is pretty tight with the Trump admin. And the Trump admin is obviously very tight with Israel, with Bibi Netanyahu. So it goes against the interests of the Israeli lobby, the Israelis, the Trump admin, to have Nick on. That's the real reason. They do not want to platform Nick. And they will come up with any other excuse that they think is plausible as for why they are not going to platform him. And so that the clear double standard has never been more obvious. Again, he'll platform on Bibi Netanyahu that has been declared a war criminal by the ICC. There's arrest warrants for him in several countries. Half the country, at least I would say half the country in America, now has a disfavorable view of Israel for the first time ever. So he'll platform somebody like that who's incredibly controversial, but not Nick. And the reason is not because he thinks Nick will blow up his channel or anything like that, but he just doesn't want to platform him because that would be bad for the people he's associated with. Current state of the world, you need a Zin. With due respect to Nick, he's just a live stream with no real political leverage. Therefore, no one needs to platform him. People like Putin, Bibi, Kim Jong-un literally craft world policy. Dude, he's out on people like, what is his name? The leader of Patriot Front. People who have less influence than Nick. Nick is quite frankly more than a live streamer. He's enormous. He's everywhere. He's pulling like 30,000 viewers every single night. Everyone's talking about Nick. He's gone super viral. He's on a generational run. He's done interviews with Candace. He's done interviews with Sam Hyde, with Bradley Martin. Many of these other big personalities. He has an interesting story to tell. People want him to be on the show. They were calling for him to be on the show for years now. He's more than a live streamer, clearly. He's like he who shall not be named by the establishment. Like, I get it. Fine. You want to interview Netanyahu. I understand. That's a huge opportunity. But then I also think it's fair that you would also interview someone like Nick. And the excuses are just nobody's buying these excuses. Yeah, guy who commits a genocide is better than some kid who says the N-word. Yeah, it's like for real, man. So, and again, everybody knows this is designed to give Netanyahu positive PR. Patrick Bet-David knows that. He knows that's why Netanyahu's going on his show. That's the whole point of this circuit, of the media circuit, is to try and win over some positive favor in America. So, like, Netanyahu is trying to gain something. He's extracting something out of this interaction. So it's like, okay, knowing that, like, you better ask him some tough questions. You better press him on these things, which he didn't do. But now it's like, okay, so just have on Nick. Have on Nick. These are just not reasonable excuses. Patrick Bet-David should say, hey, Susie Wiles said no when she pegs me. I mean, yeah, he's just a fucking charlatan. Nick isn't old enough to run for office. Well, he can run for Congress, but I don't think that's the best use of his talents. I think he'll do more outside of office, influencing politics, than from inside. I think a lot of his time will be eaten up with bullshit. I think his time is probably better spent influencing other people that can sort of infiltrate and run for office themselves, and he can influence from afar. It's such an unbelievable uphill battle for him to win an election. Not impossible, but maybe in the future, but we'll see.
I'll also upload
I understand that Bibi is a genocidal maniac, but no one applies that standard to Obama, Bush, Putin, who have killed way more people than Bibi in terror war campaigns. Well, who are those terror war campaigns really designed to benefit? Because look, say what you will about like the war in Iraq or Afghanistan or drone strikes in Libya. I mean, frankly, those all pale in comparison to what's happening in Gaza. And all those things were bad, don't get me wrong. Yeah, you could say by the same metric, all of these people are war criminals. But this is on another level. This is clearly an ethnic cleansing. It's never been more egregious. They're specifically targeting civilian infrastructure, hospitals, schools. And again, like, America did not commit war crimes to the same degree that Israel is currently committing war crimes. It's egregious. They're, again, actively targeting civilian infrastructure, civilians. There's at this point over 60,000, like, according to certain, it's likely much higher than that, dead Palestinians, over half of which are women and children. According to one study from the Lancet Journal, comparing similar conflicts to this, they found that typically there's a 1 in 5 casualty rate, death rate, direct to indirect death, death rate as a result of the war itself and the destruction of infrastructure due to famine, due to disease, overexposure. And so realistically, it's the numbers could be in the hundreds of thousands of dead. We could rely. We could expect like an addition up to like an additional 300,000 dead as a result of indirect consequences. You're gonna go downstairs and get a snack. Do I want anything? Yeah, give me an ice cream cone.
The VOD. Let me tell you, it was one of the weirdest experiences I've ever had as a streamer. And I gotta say, let's start the music off. I gotta say this. There's a lot of meme discussions.
The Gaza death toll is 75K now. Leaders such as Assad, Saddam, Khamenei, Idi Amin have killed literally millions combined, yet they have are loved by Muslims. I think a lot of those numbers are, I think, blown out of proportion as part of the justification for regime change. But despite that, it's like, what does that have to do with what Bibi Netanyahu is currently doing to Gaza? Does that excuse it? Whatever Assad or any of these other world leaders may have done, does that excuse this? Because there's thousands of hours of footage of them just straight up killing unarmed civilians.
About is streaming harder than a 9 to 5, and usually in those discussions you think of streamer as being Kai Cenat, of being queso, of being somebody who could, sit down and play video games for 4 hours a day and make millions and millions and millions of dollars. That's usually how the comparison goes. Streaming to 0 viewers is way harder than a 9 to 5. It is way fucking harder because you make $0, literally 0, and you are talking to literally no one. It's probably the hardest job you could have because you are really only doing it for the passion, the love of the game. And I gotta say, I need to give a very special thank you to Dr. Battle, my first chatter, my first sub. Do you know how hard and how different it is to stream to 0 viewers versus streaming to 1 viewer? Oh my God. The difference between 0 and 1 is greater than the difference between 1 and 10,000. I'm not exaggerating. It is literally Like when you start streaming. Streaming to 0 viewers is impossible. It's impossible. It's so hard. I can't wait for you guys to see that VOD. I was making up chat messages, which doesn't work when nobody's in chat. I was making up chats and I was like, this doesn't work. You know what was the hardest part of the stream? So I laid out the things that I did on stream. I in no particular order, I opened up One Piece cards. I got a new PB on Peak. I got a new PB eating a hot dog. I got my Slippy rank. I speed ran getting over it. I did daily games. I reacted to videos. I just chatted. The hardest part of the live stream was playing Wordle. Because when
yeah, dude. Anyways, point being, like, yeah, Twitch is cooked if you don't already have an audience. Twitch is cooked. 5 hours to get one viewer. That's insane. Because the same Muslims complaining about Bibi never dare talk about the pillage of ISIS, Boko Haram, Taliban, Al-Qaeda, the wars in Syria, Sudan, Yemen, list goes on. Well, for starters, a lot of the instability in the region is spurred on by Israel. ISIS is a machination of Mossad. ISIS, which is supposedly this extremist Muslim group, never once purposefully attacked Israel. Of the, I think, 2 instances where they attacked Israel, they profusely apologized. There is a General Clark saying that he was told we would invade 7 Middle East countries in 5 years. He said this 2007. Literally, like, a big part of Netanyahu's plan, the clean break memo, was to destroy or to pacify all of their Muslim neighbors that were supposedly hostile to Israel. And one by one, we've gone to war with those countries, or we've pacified them with foreign aid. We've pacified Egypt, Jordan, Saudi Arabia. We've blown up Libya. We've blown up Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria collapsed. So all of Israel's enemies are mysteriously falling apart. And America has had a big hand in accomplishing that. So, but again, it's like, what does that have to do with, you know, whatever some of these other Muslim leaders have done? What does that have to do with what Bibi Netanyahu is currently doing? Does that make it justified? Because at the same time, these Muslim countries, like, Muslims don't run our country. Muslims are not the ones in Congress. They don't own our politicians with foreign lobbying money. It's Israel First Jews that do. So Israel controls all the terror groups and created civil wars to make Muslims kill other Muslims. Wouldn't that make the Muslims sellouts? Well, a lot of them are sellouts. 100%. Like, the thing about the Muslim world, they're not unified. I'm not pro-Muslim. But yeah, they are sellouts. They don't like each other. They're very tribal, even just within their own immediate ethnic groups. That was absolutely exploited by Israel. Of course. Of course. The difference is that we played a part in many of these atrocities, and not for our own benefit, but for the benefit of Israel. Like I said, I'm not pro-Muslim. I would prefer if America stays Christian, and I don't have an affinity towards Muslims. But I think there's a greater threat. I think there's a greater problem, and it's not Islam. So in short, we blow up these countries. We spend trillions of dollars in these wars. We're on the hook for these humanitarian crises in Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria. We've played a hand in. We're funding Israel. We are giving them bombs to kill civilians. We're on the hook for that. And how do we benefit from that? We don't. It's destroyed our reputation internationally. We're sending trillions of dollars to these wars what tens of thousands of Americans have died in, hundreds of thousands of Middle Easterners, millions in totality have died in. And we want nothing to do with that. But we're not doing it for our own interests. We're doing it because Israel lobbies our politicians. That's why. That's the big problem. The biggest problem as an American is that it's our tax dollars that are killing all of these civilians. So. Anyway. Oh yeah, the U.S. is launching an investigation into Wikimedia Foundation for advancing anti-Semitic and anti-Israel information in Wikipedia articles. I mean, can it get more obvious? Our U.S. House is launching an investigation into Wikipedia for anti-Israel information. Can it get any more obvious that Israel controls our government? That's all this administration is really focused on, is combating anti-Semitism and giving Israel more bombs. It's like Israel just keeps winning with this administration, but Americans get nothing. Americans get absolutely nothing. Like, I don't know how much more obvious it can be. That's fair, and I agree, but these same Muslims that colonized the entire North Africa and South Asia are now crying because the same is happening to them by Israel. Well, one, as we just addressed, the Muslim world is not monolithic. But it doesn't, dude, it doesn't justify what Israel is doing. How is bombing, well, again, over 50% of the casualties are women and children. How is that justified? I'm not running cover for the wrong things that Muslims did. Yeah, they did conquer North Africa. They did conquer most of Spain. And they did lead significant portions of the slave trade. The Barbary pirates. Millions of people died under Muslim rule. I'm not running cover for that. But why do our tax dollars, why do our tax dollars have to go to funding what is still a genocide? These are human beings. And what's clearly happening is not a good faith effort to minimize civilian casualties. 70% of the buildings are gone in Palestine. These people have nowhere to go. They have no home. They're starving to death. Is that justified? Is that a good thing? And so because of something that happened, 1,500 years ago, doesn't justify what's happening now. Certainly not to the people they're doing it to. And again, I have no affinity with Islam, but that doesn't mean we should be okay with murdering innocent people, because this is a war of ethnic cleansing. And it's funny because you might have a problem with Muslims. It's like, look at all the Muslim immigration into the West because of the destabilization in the region. Israel blows up these countries, creates a refugee crisis because they want to kick these people out so they can move Israeli settlers in. Where are those people going to go? They're not going to Egypt. They're not going to Jordan. They end up mostly in Europe, and many of them are coming to America. And they do harbor resentment for what happened to their countries. And you know who's advocating for that? Hebrew immigration groups like HIAS. So Jews are committing this crisis abroad. They're bombing all of these countries, creating a refugee crisis, and then they run several of these pro-immigration groups that open the doors for all of these Muslims that have a chip on their shoulder because we just blew up their countries into these Western Christian European countries. You understand? It'd be one thing if Muslims stayed in the Middle East, but that's not what's happening. And this humanitarian crisis, we're on the hook for it. We're on the hook for this. Not only is it immoral, but now we have to deal with the problem in our own fucking home because these people come here and they're not happy, and there's an unwillingness to assimilate. I don't want to live around Muslims, man. I don't. I want to live around Christians. But now it's my problem. So they want you to hate Muslims more. That's kind of the crux of it. They want you to have a greater resentment towards Muslims than towards the Jews that are committing this crisis, that are committing an open genocide. I think no genocide is actually good. I think we should strive to have 0 genocides. So, but that's the tactic. That's why they and don't get me wrong, it wouldn't be compelling if there wasn't truth to it, but that's why they're pushing a lot of the anti-Muslim rhetoric, specifically in Europe right now. It's a problem, but who's letting them in? Who's letting them in? All of these pro-immigration Jews. And Jews, their argument for that is they would feel safer in a multicultural society because of the Holocaust, because of the horrors of World War II and ultra-nationalism. They want to make sure that never happens again. And how do they accomplish that? By diluting the gene pool, by diluting the culture, so that there can be no unifying single culture or group of people, ethnicity, that define their what is and what isn't their country. So that's what the Germans did. They said Germany is for Germans, and Jews have no affinity for Germany. They see Germany as a vessel for Jews to extract resources from for their own benefit. And they refuse to assimilate. They, in many cases, refuse to convert to Christianity, because I think Christians have a right to live in Christian places, in their ethnic ancestral homelands. They're not obligated to anybody to open up the doors for anybody to come into their home. And Jews consistently refuse to convert, but they also refuse to relinquish their Jewish ethnic identity. You know, in America, it's like, you know, we got off to a bit of a rocky start, but now do you see like Irish and like Brits and Germans and Italians, are they at each other's throats in the way that they were 150 years ago? They're not. There was assimilation. And now all of these European groups, they embrace the new American white European identity. They've sort of become separated from their ancestral homeland as America rapidly becomes their ancestral homeland, because it's not reasonable to expect that somebody would still maintain an affinity for their home country, like Italy, for example, if their family hasn't lived there for like 300 years. So, Palestinians in Gaza are being sent to Canada, Australia, Belgium, France, Germany, Bulgaria, Greece, Italy, and Scotland. Yeah, they're being sent all over the place, man. I saw some enter America a couple days ago. I get that. My only criticism is of the Muslims who only whine about Israel but never criticize the corrupt Arab leaders who won't even take in fellow Muslim refugees but want Sharia law courts in the UK. Well, that's certainly a problem, and you won't see me. I mean, we agree on that. I hear you. You know, but again, it's who's letting them in. They can want Sharia law in the UK, but who's letting them into the UK? The same, you know, Keir Starmer that's saying anti-Semitism is like the greatest threat. We need to stomp out anti-Semitism. Meanwhile, like, British children are being harassed by migrants, and they get arrested if they try to defend themselves. Yeah, it's frustrating, like, what Muslims are doing in many instances, but it's like they're kind of just doing what they're gonna do. It's these Jewish immigration groups and the state of Israel that's allowing them to do these things. They're the ones enabling this friction in these countries by importing by destabilizing the region and then opening up the floodgates and letting them into countries. You look at Germany, man, it's like not even fucking recognizable. The UK is not even, London is like only a third British now. It's like 2/3 non-white. Unreal. Crazy. What was that notification? I have no idea what that notification was. Anyway. and that's, I mean, again, that's kind of the problem. It's like, do we expect Muslims to stop being Muslim just because they're in the UK? No. So maybe we shouldn't let them into the UK. Simple as. Oh, this is... I remember watching this live.
A book that they wrote called "Jews Are the Problem."
That's pretty kick.
It's on all of us. And
Yeah, we already saw that. Yay, W Stew. W Stew. Christian media. Is Papa Roach Christian? Also, I don't think Kingdom Come is like technically Christian. I think it's kind of subversive. How is Terminator Christian? I guess. Seems like a bit of a stretch, though. Bro. Yeah, I don't really want to... Bruh. Uh. The fuck?
What are you doing in my office, Dex? Winning? It's all about...
Okay, that's stupid. The Muslims are inherently barbarians that destroy society, so we should talk about the Jews letting them in. Okay, but literally a quarter of the world is Muslim with the highest birth rate. Well, I think that birth rate is first, it's tapering off because these Muslim countries are industrializing. They're entering modernity. And with that greater sort of standard of living, they're afforded more children, but already you're starting to see that taper off. What is it like? There's like, it's not a quarter though. It's like what, 1.5 billion. There's still more Christians in the world, and it's a problem. Don't get me wrong, but the increasing number of Muslims are due to the birth rate. As far as converts go, really not a lot of people are converting to Islam. Like I said, I have no affinity with Islam. I would prefer if they stayed in that part of the world and didn't come here. But they're just not the greatest threat. They're just not the greatest threat to us. That pic is from the movie Mask. Oh, wait, which one? Oh, yeah. Shit. Yikes. Okay. So, like I said, I do not have affinity for Muslims. I don't want them in America. I don't want them in the West. I think it'd be nice if they had their corner of the world. I would prefer if they became Christian. But whatever. I don't want them here. So who's letting them in here? That's the question you need to answer. So, I'm not going to defend Muslims. I'll just say that they're not, like, Muslims don't run our society. You know, anyone that would let, like, if our country becomes overrun with Muslims, it's because they're allowed to do so. And so you should have a problem with people allowing that to happen. Because most Americans, for instance, are very much against immigration. Like, the majority of Americans want deportations and want immigration restriction. I don't know, you know, Muslims, it's, you know, we're mostly receiving immigrants from, like, Latin America, and then legally from India and China. So this is more of an issue for Europe, but we still, you know, have a problem here in America. It's like 1% or less than 1% of the population in America is Muslim. So this is a bigger issue for Europe. So again, the problem, who runs society to allow this to happen, that's who we should have a greater problem with. Because you or I are in agreement. We don't want Muslims living here. We don't have an affinity for Islam. So who's making these decisions exactly? Because it's not like, you know, in a proper society, it's not like they can just waltz in unless they're allowed to. So a lot of the people convincing you to be, you have to be very aware of this, because they're preying on your grievances, and they're trying to get you to have a bigger problem with Muslims rather than the people putting Muslims in your home. Let's see what Dr. Taylor Marshall has to say about the shooter.
I want to share the journal or the manifesto of the perpetrator, who changed his name to Robin with his Catholic.
Oh, it is slightly over. Okay, so it is over 1%.
Starting to see that.
I thought it was slightly under, but I guess it's slightly over.
Just, oh, bad theology. You got a few things incorrect. Bad theology leads to chaos, to mourning, to destruction, to cultural decay.
This is true.
Degeneracy.
This is 100% true.
The world thinks, oh, I'm going to do these bad, degenerate, weird things, and it's not hurting anyone, so it's okay. And the exorcist will tell you, like Father Ripperger, possessed people begin usually with sexual deviancy, and from that deviancy or degeneracy, the demons get their hooks very deeply in these people. And then from there, they draw them and drag them into the occult, Satanism, full-on demonic possession.
That's why you never goon. That's why you never goon. That's because evil demons will enter you through your wiener, and you'll just be cooked. You can't do it. Never goon. Never goon. Do not goon. I'm being serious. Do not fucking goon. This is all real.
Careful. Every sin is a step towards the devil. Even venial sins is a move away from Christ towards the devil. And mortal sins is a leap into the arms of Satan. It is a rejection, a pushing away of Jesus, and an embrace of the devil. And then some people go so far to open their persons for Satan to come into them. You know, we believe as Christians, when we're baptized, the Holy Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, indwells in the soul. It's a beautiful mystery. When you receive the beautiful sacrament of confirmation, you're sealed with the Holy Spirit. You receive an increase in the Holy Spirit. You receive the overflow of the gifts of the Holy Spirit. That's what God wants for us. But Satan has his own mockery of that, his own inverted and perverted version, and that's demonic possession. He wants to come in and possess you. And I think that's what we saw in today's perpetrator. Here is an image from his journal.
I saw this.
Here we see that the perpetrator...
I mean, the guy was literally in a satanic death cult. Literally. And I do think, like, someone would have to be truly evil to commit something like this. Truly, in some ways possessed, literally, in order to do stuff like this. Any of these mass shootings. I mean, it's just so horrific. It's just so absolutely sick and disturbing. I mean, like, you had an 8 and a 10-year-old die in the shooting. What is that in his altar? Baphomet? It might be Baphomet. Some kind of demon. Yeah, dude. Devil's real, man. Evil is real. the biggest trick that Satan commits on humanity is tricking people into believing he doesn't exist. But I don't know how you can argue that evil isn't real. A little off topic, but why don't Christians pray like Jesus did? He literally prostrated on the ground with his hands on the floor, source Matthew. I mean, was that the only instance where he did that? Because I know some Muslims will make that claim to say that Jesus was a Muslim, and it's like, look, there are many ways you can pray. There are many ways. You can pray on your knees, you can pray standing up, you can pray sitting down, you can pray silently, you can profess your faith out loud. So, it's not exhaustive. Just because he prayed that way in that specific instance doesn't mean that that's how every Christian should pray always, forever. And that's the only valid way to pray. So, Elon's favorite demon, Baphomet. Yeah, man, it's creepy. I don't know what that whole thing was about when he wore the Baphomet costume for Halloween. Some might say optimistically that maybe he was trying to infiltrate the satanic cult, so it is the transhumanists. Others might say it was just an edgy joke because he likes the aesthetic, like he plays Diablo. Or maybe he is a part of it. The whole transhumanist stuff is certainly suspicious. So, I don't know. The jury's out on Elon.
Was, by this image, we can assume communicating with the demonic through this mirror. This is occult practices. This is very wicked. Also, the perpetrator had this written on the magazine and also had a target with the face, the holy face of Jesus Christ for target practice. And it's Jesus in the Passion, Jesus crowned with thorns. Ecce homo, behold the man. This person could not attack Jesus Christ because Jesus Christ is risen from the dead. He reigns eternal at the right hand of the Father. And so what he did is he attacked the next best thing, which is the children, where Jesus says, let the little ones come unto me, for such is the children of heaven. He attacks the little image bearers of Jesus Christ. And we have to pray for the parents, how horrific this is.
Yeah, pray for everyone involved. Yeah, pray for everyone involved. Pray for the parents, pray for the kids, and this might be sound controversial, but you should pray for the killer too. It's tough, but what is this? It's definitely ideologically motivated. Can't wait to hear you talk about tonight. Shit's shooter ignored synagogues and Holocaust museums, targeted Catholics for their mass. MK Ultra. I think he's just a crazy lunatic. I think there's many, I don't think everything is like a part of a grand theory in like a direct sense. I think this shooter was a sick and deranged individual that was groomed by a sick and deranged society. Like, our society produces people, a lot of people like this. I don't think everything was necessarily like planned down to a T. Like, okay, we need a distraction, so we're gonna send our transsexual demon worshiper to go shoot up a Catholic school. I think tragedies happen and sick things happen because we live in a sick society that produces so many of these people. So I think that's the takeaway from this. I'm personally anti-gun in an ideal society, and I think Nick has said that himself before, but shit like these shootings will have pro-gun nuts bend over backwards to defend guns rather than the child. Oof. Nick, I think he's pro-gun, but it matters like who. It's like some people should not have guns, and some people a lot of these 2A advocates they take it to such an extreme because they're so ideologically motivated that they ignore the fact that in many instances, by blanketly defending the Second Amendment, they're arming people that wish them harm. And they say stuff like, well, that's how things are. Or I may not agree with these people, but I'll defend to the death their right to disagree. And it's like, these people want you dead. A lot of these people that are armed want you dead. Nick's parents were gun instructors. He's not inherently anti-gun, but like, let's just think for a second. Should we arm? Like, there are people who absolutely should not have guns. And in a proper society, those people would not be armed. In a proper society, law-abiding citizens that are upstanding should have guns. That's a good thing. So it's like this universal application of the Second Amendment is the problem. And people, I think, miss the point. Look, our society, our population, frankly, is much different than it was during the Revolutionary War. And this might come as a shock or not, but like the founding fathers, they envisioned a European Christian country, at least predominantly. And that's really what that was all presupposed. They never thought that we would become this multicultural, diverse country filled with a lot of people who are not smart enough to understand the responsibility of firearm ownership, but also a lot of people that literally want to do harm. People that are not well. It's a presupposition of democracy or of governance that you have two things. One, you have a moral population, people that are morally upright. They are upstanding. That's number one. Two, you have an intelligent population, a population of sufficient intelligence. Does it feel like we have either of those things right now at the moment? I think clearly it does not. So I agree with you, but some of these 2A advocates are crazy is what I mean. But if we convince law-abiding citizens to arm up, then criminals would be less successful and law-abiding citizens will be safer. Yeah, it is like, I mean, the problem is deep. Obviously there are elements of, the regime that wants people to be disarmed. Because then they're completely, on one hand, they're completely reliant on the government for protection. And as we've seen, the government is not really all that interested in protecting law-abiding citizens. We live in anarcho-tyranny because, people's houses are getting broken into. They're getting carjacked all over the place. In like every American city, crime is rampant, and the cops aren't responding. And whenever a citizen takes matters into their own hand, they get the book thrown at them. Look at Daniel Penny. Look at that guy that, was a little crazy, but they gave him 54 years for chasing the teenagers that stole his car. And that's after, like, previously, he's had his property fucked with and the police essentially told him to go kick rocks. So they'll release criminals with a slap on the wrist, but they'll throw the book at law-abiding citizens. And so, anyway. Didn't the local militias bring cannons to assist Andrew Jackson in defending New Orleans? Yeah, people owned cannons back in the day. People had private ships with armaments on them. That was all real. The government couldn't protect people even if they wanted to. Well, they could. I think the government clearly can protect people. They just don't want to. They have no interest in doing it. And a lot of that is understandable because, like, are cops going to put their life on the line when do they want to be the next what was the officer's name that was on that need George Floyd? But do they want another George Floyd case on their hands? We see how the courts, how the legal system, how the media, we see the clear double standard. Every time justice is dispensed and there's any kind of racial discrepancy, you see how the book is thrown at these people. Now, do they have some Minority Report tech? It's like they know who's doing the crime. It's not hard to figure out. You know, they have all of this cell phone data. They figured out everybody that stepped inside of the Capitol building within 48 to 72 hours. They had every single person, and they had subpoenas, they had facial recognition, they had cell phone data, they had eyewitness testimony. It's just a matter of willpower. So they went after all the January 6ers, but you're telling me you can't catch some fucking retarded teenager that steals somebody's car in the south side of Chicago? Are we serious right now? We have the means to do it. We just do not have the political will. San Fran, we live in San Francisco, anarcho-tyranny, anarchy for non-whites, tyranny for law-abiding whites. Yeah. Yeah, after the fact, but who's going to save the person when they need saving? Well, yeah, that's why you need to have a gun. I mean, that's like, yeah, like ideally you don't put yourself in a situation where you need to defend yourself. But as we see, that's becoming harder and harder to avoid. So yeah, people should have guns. Law-abiding citizens should have guns, 100%. But more and more, as people defend themselves, they get attacked for it. So, yeah, law-abiding citizens, intelligent individuals, responsible individuals, people that are not fucking crazy should have guns, I think. People that are morally upstanding. Some people treat the Constitution like it's holy scripture. We should be able to change it due to society evolving over time. Like, it's not absolutely everyone's right to own a murder device. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think everyone should have a gun. Clearly, some people should not have guns, and this transsexual was one of them. Look at what they do with that power. It's absolutely misused. But I don't think we should blanket delete the Second Amendment, but that's why we have amendments. So, yeah, some people should also not be able to drive. Look at these fucking Indian truck drivers, man. And that's part of the problem. Like clearly, a lot of these people just shouldn't be here. Straight up, a lot of these fucking people just shouldn't be here. And when they commit crimes, they should have the book thrown at them. Like that Indian truck driver that did this ridiculous U-turn in Canada and killed a family of 4. Yeah, some people should not be allowed to drive or have cars because some people just shouldn't be here. So, you know, and it's like if you cannot be trusted with a firearm, or if you can't be trusted with a car or even like a knife, why are you here? Why do we want these people here? Like the UK is trying to like put restrictions on knives, and it's like, well, who's doing the knifing? It's not British people. It's all these fucking, you know, wacko immigrants from the third world that can't be trusted, even with a knife, because a lot of them are just violent. So clearly, like they have no concept of our rule of law. So like, why are we trying to apply these fair rules to people who don't understand? Never mind that they don't respect our laws, our customs. They don't even understand them. They don't even fucking understand it. So therein lies the problem. Like I said, there are 2 presuppositions to make this work, to make our system work of self-governance. You need people who are moral and people who are intelligent. So what happens if you have people that are immoral and not very intelligent? You get what we're getting. Because a lot of people don't conceptualize consequences, and they lack empathy. These are things we take for granted. There are people in the world, many of them in the third world, that do not have empathy. It's a foreign concept to them. And a lot of this is related to IQ. But regardless, it's genetic. You know, here's a good statistic. You know, people with 85 or lower IQ, really it's around 90, but people with 85 IQ struggle with the following hypothetical question. How would you feel if you did not eat breakfast yesterday? Now, people with 95 and plus IQ will have no problem with that. They'll be, I'll probably be pretty hungry because I didn't eat. People with 85 or even 90 IQ, some people with 90 IQ struggle with this, will typically respond with something like, but I did eat breakfast yesterday. And you say, no, 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 but how would you feel if you did not eat breakfast? But I did eat breakfast. So this is a stupid question. People with 85 IQ and lower do not understand hypothetical questions, conditional hypotheticals. This is something that if you have 100 IQ, it's like a trivial question, but they can't understand. And so understand, if they can't conceptualize how they might feel if they personally themselves did not eat something or were under a certain condition, how could they possibly imagine how somebody else might feel, for instance, if they stole their fucking bike or if they stabbed them in the throat on the subway? You see the problem? So empathy as a result of intelligence is not there. It's a non-entity with large swaths of the world's population. And so you have to construct your society around that. That's why that's why in a lot of these Muslim countries they have Sharia law. That's why, there are such brutal consequences for crime, because otherwise people, if they were relying on empathy alone, they wouldn't abide by the rules. So they have to cut off people's fucking heads and shit. So, and before him, there was an African who hit and killed 3 motorcyclists on the oncoming lane. Yeah. But I had breakfast. I can't relate. Yeah, that was a Candace test for real, dude. Fuck. Caveat to that is also people that have high IQ but have been trained environmentally to distrust you. Liberals, debate pros. Yeah. Yeah, no, their environment is a factor too. It's not just IQ. There are other aspects as well. There's actually a gene. I forgot the exact gene. This is just one example that is present in about 25% of Europeans and like 95% of Pakistanis. And this gene, they determined, was responsible for your response to seeing like out groups, members that are not of your group, suffer. And so 95% of Pakistanis have this particular gene, meaning they derive some kind of pleasure, even if it's minimal, in watching people who are not Pakistani suffer, especially if it results in them succeeding. So the rest of the world, it's a different fucking existence, man. And most people are ignorant to this kind of stuff. The hypothetical question only applies to friends, IRL people, etc. online. I feel like it's a bad example because the context is much deeper. Which hypothetical? What, the eat breakfast? No, it could apply to anybody. There's really, it's an unintrusive basic question. It doesn't really matter your relationship with the person. It's just basic. It's like any, it doesn't require a lot of thinking or personal information. So anyway, yeah, a lot of people just aren't ready for that. They're not. Yeah. Anyway.
Seen my interviews, knows I'm cordial and respectful, including.
Yeah, PBD sucks, man. Yeah, it's Israel. Israel, bro. Except Rand Paul, he's libertarian. Real. Hypothetical questions, any, can only truly be absorbed if both parties are believed to come in good faith. Otherwise, the party asked the hypothetical will believe the party asking is trying to trap them into a certain viewpoint. It's not that they're unable to take a hypothetical, it's that they want for ideological reasons. Well, sure, I mean, yeah, how you interact with somebody matters, but I mean, the prevalence of that, I don't think is significant enough to to ruin the data, because people of higher intelligence didn't have problems answering that question, and you know, it's done so in a clinical. The study was done so in a clinical environment. So, if Israel becomes a fully independent of America, then went on to conquer Greater Israel, what would your opinion be? I don't think they can. I simply don't think they can maintain their They are completely dependent on America's aid, just for Gaza. Never mind dealing with the Houthis or Syria or Lebanon or Iran. They are completely dependent on our assistance. So I don't think they could obtain Greater Israel without America. $20,000, yeah, PVD. Some of the Q-tards are saying the Scottish girl made the 17 symbol and the axe and knife, meaning that the Patriots are in control. You're not kidding. Oh, dude. Yeah, Q-tards are, bro. Yeah, some random fucking 14-year-old girl is... Yeah. That has to be bait or something. Like, surely not. I know Q-tards are retarded, but surely they're not that fucking retarded, right? Yeah. It's a win-win if Israel obtains Greater Israel. Now that would be a win-lose. In a certain sense, it would actually be like a lose-lose, because we do have leverage over Israel. Right now, they're dependent on us, so we should be using that leverage to get what we want in the region. We absolutely should have threatened to completely cut off Israel from foreign aid if they didn't end their campaign in Gaza. We've sacrificed trillions of dollars in this campaign for Israel. We've sacrificed our reputation, thousands of American lives. We should have a say in what happens in the region. We've invested so much. So be somewhat critical of the people telling you, like, okay, now is the time we're going to hand over the keys to Israel. So like we spend trillions of dollars, thousands of American lives. We fucked up our economy and our relationship with the rest of the world to hand Israel this kingdom, and now we're just going to fuck off. Does that sound like a good idea? I think we should have leverage over Israel. I think they should be doing what we say, not the other way around. But that's what they want to do. They want to hand over the Middle East to Israel, and then we're going to go fight China. Like, and that this will occur after Iran is taken care of. And it's like, yeah, no. Things like a 401k are the crumbs the owning class will throw us, so we'll defend the system that allows those who own almost everything to extract most of the value of our labor. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is just a scam, dude. You know, Social Security, like, our country's going bankrupt. Anyway. I mean, they would love it if people were dependent on the state and not independent. I just think it's funny that the bankers forced Nick to go into cryptos and Bitcoin went through the roof. Yeah, Bitcoin is not like, and I'm pro Bitcoin, but it's not like this decentralized currency in the way a lot of people think it is, because over half the Bitcoin is owned by institutions, by the banks, by companies, investment firms. And so they do have a tremendous amount of influence over the price of Bitcoin. If they wanted to create a scare, they could sell off a significant amount of Bitcoin, create a panic sell, and then rebuy it for cheap. In other words, they can manipulate the market. But I'm still pro Bitcoin. It's just it's actually a good thing if the banks are investing in it, because that means they're putting faith into it. They're putting billions of dollars into Bitcoin. And it's certainly something that I think is more secure than like the US dollar, than fiat currency in general. Which, the Fed, it's the same people, essentially. But they have less direct control over Bitcoin than they do the US dollar. What's your opinion on the economic idea of having a per-child tax deduction? The more children you have, the less taxes you have to pay. I mean, I think you already have a lot of like write-offs that you can have for having kids, and a lot of these things are exploited by the underclass. We want the smartest people having more kids. We need the smartest, most intelligent people having kids. We also need white people having more kids, because white people are declining in population. In absolute terms, white people are the population of white people are decreasing globally. So I don't have a problem with it, like in principle. It just has to be sort of unexploitable by like people that are already having tons of kids, because this like permanent underclass in America, they're having tons of kids and they're broke and they're reliant on government assistance. And frankly, I don't think we want to encourage more of that. I agree. It looks like Jerome Powell is going to use Tether to sell treasuries in tiny slices to the third world. We should nationalize retirement for real. Take their funds and just steal it away from them the way they stole our future. Yeah, it is so fucking irritating hearing these boomers say like, but my social security. Yeah. We paid into social security. Yeah, and you sold our country away, so. And you're gonna be dead in 20 years anyway. Like, fuck off. What about all of the young people that can't afford to buy homes? What about all the young people that are saddled with debt that they can never hope to repay over any meaningful or rather reasonable amount of time? I think long-term Bitcoin is a trap. I wouldn't hodl it. Well, the only way it would be a trap is if like the government takes action against it. Like, how would it be a trap otherwise? If there's some kind of like backdoor. I think, again, the mere fact that so many institutions are investing in Bitcoin should give you confidence. Hold a boomer death. Dude, the boomers stole the election from us in Canada. 20 years straight of liberal rule just kill me. Oh, you're Canadian. Ah, I see. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, dude, boomers are cooked. Boomers are the worst generation ever. And there's base boomers out there, of course. I know I'm generalizing here, but like for real, dude. Like in one generation, our societies have just been absolutely fucking cooked. You need us in. You said that before. Kumquat, are you gonna get this in or like what? What is this, fucking story time? No, you quit? Oh, good for you. Why don't you like, I don't know, chew some gum or something, bro. Figure it out, man.
The difference between making $70K a year and over $200,000 a year isn't as big as most people think it is. that difference in income really gets you two things. One,
Whatever, don't really care what this guy has to say. Stupid shit, just stupid shit. Third time quitting? It's so easy to quit unironically, which is why I get into it again so often. Okay, well, you were just retarded. Let's just stop zinning. The only base Canadians left are the Napoleon-loving Quebecois. Everyone else is liberal as fuck. I don't know, Napoleon kind of did a number on Europe. I like the idea of Napoleon, but you know, some of the stuff he did was not good for Europe at all. You can't stop zinning. I was born a zinner. All I can do is reset from my zins. You gotta figure it out, little bro. Alright, I kind of think that's just about it. It's a cycle. It's your 4 turnings, man. Yeah, other than that, is there anything else going on? The human experience, the connection of sins and zins, the connection of resets and repents. Truly true. Is Nvidia that? What's the stock up to? My Nvidia stock has done very well over the years. Alright, hang on. Come on, just give me real-time price. Yeah, I mean, it's up. Beethoven fell for Napoleon like we fell for Trump. Then Beethoven turned on the map. Based Beethoven. Key takeaway takes. Talking about and French people. Yeah, man. Yeah, Beethoven's goated. Alright, are we in the GOI scrolling portion? Our dollar used to be equal to yours when we had Stephen Harper as PM. Now the US dollar is 37% heavier. Was Beethoven based? Yeah, Beethoven's based. One of the greatest musicians of all time. That alone is based. Man was a genius.
Earlier today, Venezuela announced the deployment of drones, soldiers, and a number of naval vessels to counter what they believe is a coming U.S. military operation with a goal of regime change. So let's get into what we know. Starting out, this video is shared by the Venezuelan defense minister, and according to some reporting in CBS News in an article titled, "Venezuela deploys warships, drones after U.S. sends guided missile destroyers to the region." Quote, "In a video on social media, Venezuela Defense Minister announced a significant drone deployment as well as naval patrols along its Caribbean coast, including larger vessels further north in our territorial waters." Venezuela's defense minister.
You're gonna do Venezuela for real? It's like, do they know? do they know? Do they know? I'm not sure. Like, look at this guy. He knows. He fucking knows. He's this guy. Look at him. He knows. He's like, bro knows this guy is like, he's checked out already. He knows like we're so fucking cooked.
Pedrino Lopez ordered the deployment of drones.
He looks like he's gonna cry. Please don't. Please don't. No. Please don't do it. Please don't do it.
Naval vessels and 15,000 troops to border waters and rivers, reacting to U.S. warships in the Caribbean.
All right, what are you posting, Kumquat? I have to go to Twitch to click on that. This is what you do to me.
Bro, this is what I'm talking about. Like, where is the workers?
What the fuck?
Why is that by himself? Because he black? That's your dog.
Bro. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
No, I saw this.
Let me shoot 7%. Bird shot, you asshole.
This is fucking unhinged, man.
The people who did this Declaration of Independence and the Constitution were good people.
Hey, like this.
And it's a good place. Here we are in the middle of it, right up on the mountain. If this son of a bitch wants to bitch about his cows over here and shoot at me, well, it's our country. It's not theirs. It's not a bunch of used car dealers from Southern California. Democracy, you have to be a player.
Bro, just casually shooting at your fucking neighbor. Hey, fuck you, buddy. Bam! It's so cordial, too, you know? It's like... That's unhinged, though. Anyway. Which... Oh, we already in the rank. Here we go.
Caracas, the capital of Venezuela.
Yeah, democracy had to be a player. Truer words have never been spoken.
Labeled the president.
People talk about Jew influence in America, but Indians are slowly taking over. They're the CEOs of YouTube, Google, Microsoft. Yeah, and who's letting them in? Do they have the most powerful lobby in America? You know, the thing about Indians is like, they are, how do you say this? They're just like total ass kissers, man. They wish they were ass kickers. They will kiss all the ass in the fucking world, for like a crumb of power, a crumb of influence and responsibility. You see all of these Indians just glazing Israel constantly. But yeah. No, I mean, and the thing about Indians is that they're very nepotistic. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Indians immigrating into this country either. They resent white people. They engage in nepotism and replace white people in the workforce. They're trying to consolidate and obtain political power. But again, who's letting them in? Loads rifle with no underlying intent. In democracy, you have to be a player. So true. They own all the 7-Elevens, yeah. And a lot of them lie about their credentials. And they get hired. And it's especially true in engineering. There's a fucking plague of incompetent Indians in engineering and software because they cheat on their tests. And they're all in on it. They lie about their experience on their resume and they learn on the job. I've seen it firsthand. And they help each other out. It's frustrating, man. It's frustrating, like
Presence of a U.S. nuclear submarine, a quote, grave threat to regional stability. And on Tuesday, Caracas petitioned the United Nations to intervene in the dispute by demanding the immediate cessation of the U.S. military deployment in the Caribbean. A couple keynotes here. In terms of firepower and capabilities, Venezuela is far outmatched by the United States. That's not close. That's not really up for debate. And likely any sort of...
Bro, I deal with the Indian code all the time. It's horrific. Yeah, it is, man. It's... You wonder why things like are kind of glitchier all the time? It's because of these Indian coders. I've had personal like projects I've worked on that have just been fucking torpedoed by Indian incompetence. It's such a headache, man. I myself am Indian, and so many Indians are ruining Canada. Shit's annoying for real. Shit, man. Yeah. And look, there are cool Indians out there. I'm friends with some. But there's just, one, there's too many. There's too many, and a lot of them are creating problems. A lot of problems, man. It's just like, yeah. And there is a lot of arrogance. There's a lot of arrogance among certain Indians. They feel like they're so proud to be Indian. You know, Indian number one. And they talk about how Indians are the best in the world. And it's like, dude, then why aren't you in India? It's the arrogance, I think, that just sends me over the edge. You know, that just sends me. Lying about credentials, cheating and scamming Americans. It's the fact that so many of them turn around and arrogantly tell us how we should be living. Like Vivek Ramaswamy is the biggest example of this. This guy, and I've talked about this before. You know how he got his millions? The bulk of his wealth? He got it by buying up this drug company called Axovant that was supposed to help with Alzheimer's, but it failed phase 2 clinical trials. So essentially, it didn't do anything. It was useless. He buys up the company, and then he gets his mother, doctor, to conduct the phase 2 trials. Well, lo and behold, oh my gosh, it's a miracle. It passes the trials all of a sudden. And so he goes on a media circuit talking about this incredible miracle drug that promises to help people with Alzheimer's. And if you've ever had like a family member struggle with their cognition, you know it's one of the most gut-wrenching things in the world to watch your family members slowly lose themselves. And they can't remember themselves, or they can't remember you. And so he's going up to people like that are watching one of like the hardest things to deal with. And he's saying, I have this promising drug that blitz through phase 2 trials. We're conducting phase 3 trials. You know, invest in my company. So that he pumps up the stock. And then right before phase 3 trial results come out, he sells off all his shares, he and his family. Of course, the results come out. There's no correlation. It's actually, if anything, it shows that it worsens Alzheimer's. Of course, then the drug price zeroes out. He pulled a rug pull. Yeah, he conducted a rug pull. Made hundreds of millions of dollars off of that. Now he's running for governor of Ohio, and he's talking about what America is, what an American is, and what our values are. And he called Americans lazy 8 months ago in a Twitter post. The problem with America is they don't value academics and they're too lazy. It's like, dude, you're a fucking scam artist. He's a literal anchor baby. His parents were not citizens when they came here, and yet he was born on American soil, and so with birthright citizenship, he's literally an anchor baby. And then he's turning around and telling Americans what America is, what it's about, and who Americans are. It's like, dude, fuck off. You're a scam artist. It's just, yeah. Every time I drop frames, I'm just gonna fucking, yeah. If you're gonna be arrogant, at least be worthy of arrogance. Yeah, I mean, and look, people should just try to be humble. Like, my family came to Canada in the 1990s to get away from India since it's impoverished. Now more Indians come here and insult the government that allows them to stay. Yeah, man, it'd be nice if... And look, there are obviously cool Indians out there. You know, I have a friend, and he's kind of... he's embarrassed. And the thing about one of my friends that's Indians, like, you know, he's, like, impeccably dressed. Very, like... You know, very hygienic guy, very clean cut, and you know, always put together and whatnot. Speaks like more like an American, you know, doesn't have, like, the... And he's just, like, embarrassed by it all. he's just kind of ashamed of all of it, of just the Indian culture, and he wants nothing to do with that. And so I'm like, look, I get it, man. It's a big problem. We had our worst security breach because of them. First, they denied it was their fault, and then we came with proof. They refused to help identify how customers were impacted. That's fucked, man. Rug pull, worst possible thing you could possibly rug pull on, for real, dude. It's like unconscionable. Like, Americans don't, like, we don't think that's a good thing. Americans fundamentally think that's immoral because it's of the European and Christian sensibility. There's a bit of a culture shock because there are large parts of India that believe that if you scam somebody, if you trick somebody, then you're the wise one. That you like, the person that got tricked is foolish and deserves to be tricked. And so that's why you see these scams, call centers that scam the elderly. They're extracting billions of dollars from the elderly in the West every single year. And their government has no problem with it, man. It's like, yeah, it's a big problem, man. Countless people have watched their parents die slow, tragic deaths. That was made worse by his drug. Maybe he just needs to hear the gospel. No, I think he needs to fucking be in prison. His drug wasn't given to anybody because it didn't pass phase 3 trials. It was a scam to begin with. Well, except for the people in the trials, but that's about it. It wasn't sold to anybody. Pray for him. We need to collectively pray for him. Yeah, we should pray for Vivek Ramaswamy that he should stop being like a grifting scam artist. But he cannot be allowed to rule over us. Somebody like that cannot be allowed power in America. He cannot win the governor race in Ohio. That cannot be allowed. It's just such such an injustice to Americans. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I do find India repulsive. So, like, I get it. And don't take that personally. Obviously, it's not all play. Obviously, it's not all Indians, but I mean, look, they defecate in the open in India. They have festivals where they throw cow shit at each other. They drink cow urine. I wish I was making this up. But, and there's like such ethnic pride that even like many Indians in the West try to run cover for it. And it's like, dude, how can you justify eating feces? Dude, Kick sucks, man. They've got to do something about these bots. I find India repulsive, and I want you to take it personally, pure. Ramaswamy shouldn't be allowed to comment on our politics at all. No, he shouldn't. He shouldn't be here. He should be in prison, frankly. Yeah, the Indian scammers coming on call. Fuck. Dude, I find India repulsive, and I'm Indian. There's some states that are good, but it's mostly disgusting. Yeah, and look, that's kind of why there's a caste system in India. And at the bottom of the caste system, they call them untouchables. It's like, I feel for like Indians that are like cool. Because it's like, shit, man. It's kind of like it's the same thing with like, black people that are cool. And they see black violence and it's like, fuck, man, that's rough. Because it's, those are your people. And nobody wants anything to do with most people don't want anything to do with like the worst aspects of their people. But that's why you got to call it out. It's like white people will beat up on like trailer trash all day. They'll beat up on like the most ignorant repulsive aspects of like white society all day long. There's no shortage of that. White people will absolutely self-immolate, be like dregs of their society, or even just the most downtrodden. And so there does need to be accountability there. So, yeah, It's rough, man. It is rough. Is there anything else going on? I think that's about it. I don't even know if I want to finish this video. Like, okay, Venezuela's going to try to stop the US. They're not. What are they going to do? I'm alienated from my extended family because of my views, but the truth must be spoken. Yeah, that's why it's tough, man. That's why it's tough. And, you know, it's the same thing with, like, for Jews, like, with Jews, for instance. Like, if they take, many of them, if they take an anti-Israel, or what they might perceive as an anti-Semitic, or what they always say is a self-hating Jew stance, then they're ostracized by their family, many of their friends, their whole network. And so it can be a difficult thing for people to do, to go against their own. Same thing with black people. Black people call out crime, they get called Uncle Toms. They get called there's the polite way to say, house N words, I'm on YouTube, race trade, stuff like that. So no, I feel for you, man. It's like, it's tough. But it's got to be done. Truth must be spoken. You said it yourself. Every California yoga chick I've talked to who went to India said they regretted it. Many were groped. One girl was in a taxi accident. She woke up to guys touching her and the driver gone. Fuck, man. Yeah, dude. Women should not be traveling to India. So many instances of just them getting, like, gang raped. No, man. It's fucking horrific. Ugh. Shame. The shame, dude. The fucking shame. Yeah. Anyway. Maybe we need some, like, what's something fun to react to? A lot of dark, a lot of, like, kind of dark news today. We were talking about a mass shooting, Satanism, immigration, the war in the Middle East. Is there anything fun we can look at? Anything, bro, what's with this gooner shit on my timeline? It's like, oh, you play Baldur's Gate. Here's some gooner bait from Bald. I'm like, okay, come on. We're just voice scrolling now. Feminists constantly shit on the West being misogynistic, but never talk about South Asia rape stats. Yeah, it's always funny. It's like, you bring that up. They say, like, men are the problem. Men are the problem. They're always raping us. And you're like, what race were they? What, are you racist? It's like, all right, you're on your own, bitch. Also, men are collectively the problem, but dare not say what race or where that the men were from. Can I not get? Is it not going to show me the? There we go. React to this. What is this? How do you find this retarded ass shit? Kumquat, how do you find this retarded ass shit? The freaky Bob. I don't even want to look at that ironically, dude. What is Spood up to? I don't know. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Was it Spood? Or, no, I think it was just. I don't know. Was that not, like, the most fucking cinema YouTube video of all time? That was, like, honestly, man. That was the most cinema video I think I've ever seen, like, on YouTube. That was insane. It was more cinema than a lot of cinema coming out today. Yeah, it was, dude. It had everything. It had politics, intrigue, betrayal, retribution. The 2 hours and 40 minutes just flew by. was actually just so goated, man.
What it was originally supposed to be. It actually wasn't originally supposed to be rich and poor. My scripting, what level of interference I played in the event, the short answer is minimal, but we'll get to the specifics there. And we'll just get to a whole bunch of stuff about the event.
It reminded me of Trafalgar's Ark videos. I never watched those. I played Ark way back when it first like released. I just remember how ridiculous that game was. Yeah, I would just give myself like the most ridiculous proportions, you know? I gave myself tiny legs, an enormous torso, the widest arms, like shoulders possible, and just the fattest biceps, but the smallest like wrist. So goofy. Better than the recent Superman and Marvel combined, for real, dude. Dude,
And then after that like 30-minute initial introduction, we're just gonna watch the whole video, and I'm gonna commentate over it and describe exactly how things went down.
It's crazy, like he initially like made the like it was supposed to be rich versus poor, but the poor island quickly became powerful and got their shit together. Like they were more united than the rich island. You don't skip leg day, yeah.
And maybe some behind-the-scenes stuff about the event that you otherwise would have missed in the video itself. So first of all, welcome everyone. Thanks so much for being here. I saw Hot Sauce Beats up there earlier.
Maybe I will try to get into. You think I should do it? What do you guys think? Try to get into his next event. I don't think I'll get accepted. I don't know what the application looks like. But, you know, with 1,000 people getting let in, surely, like, maybe I could slip in there, you know? Slip in the cracks. Pause. But, you know, that would be content.
The districts will be
Dude, Kick is, like, unreal, man. It's unbelievable.
I think they'll want to do it.
I'll try. I'll apply. I'll see what, I'll see if I can get in. I'm not optimistic though, but I'll give it a shot. Wait, what is this, kumquat? Wear kippa? I don't think it.
Vicious strain of jealous anti-Zionism
A 23-minute video, kumquat?
under the guise of conservative values.
Are you at the point yet where you would call what's happening in Gaza a genocide?
Streaming on YouTube is superior. It is, man. I've quickly realized YouTube is the best platform for discoverability, for just having like the biggest potential audience. Not everybody uses Twitch, but everybody uses YouTube. I just need to not get banned. I need to not get banned. Because, you know, we talk about some contentious stuff that, you know, hopefully the censorship doesn't, you know, they don't crack down on it again. If only Nick could stream on YouTube, it would be game over. Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? Isn't YouTube also recommending streams between YouTube Shorts too? Happened to me the first time the other day. Is it between YouTube Shorts? I don't know. They're always fiddling with things, you know? YouTube's always tweaking stuff, adding new features in, like, incrementally. Like there's supposedly this new hype feature. I don't see it anywhere, but some people have said they've seen it, where you can like hype a video, whatever that means, I guess, to help boost engagement. So they're always trying new shit. It's the best platform. Like, because if I'm on Twitch or Kick, if I'm not live, I don't exist. There's no way for me to, like, Twitch is, it's all about the view count on Twitch. Like, just, it's all about the view count. And a lot of people were recently exposed for view botting because they've been going after view botters. Legend says Nick used to stream on YouTube. That's a long time ago. Somebody refer to the ancient texts. Somebody grab these sacred texts. We must confer. We must fact check that. Yeah, Kumquat is an old head. He's unk. That was before my time. 1.4K viewers on a good night. Yeah, Nick got a good head start, you know, because he was on RSBN first. And so he converted he brought over a lot of his audience from there. But in this day and age, starting from zero is like, dude, you might as well. It is a hurdle, man. Starting from 0 viewers is like so fucking hard. Like, honestly, like streaming on Twitch, if like that's all you do, if all you do is stream on Twitch, like you're never doing anything with that. You're never gonna be discovered unless you like are known elsewhere, like you're a pro player, or you stream somebody with an audience. Like you just bring your audience from elsewhere, but the algorithm will never promote you. That's why, you know, that's what Ludwig was talking about. He went on a secret channel and it took him 5 hours to get one viewer. One person to chat. 5 hours. And I'm sure maybe a lot of people might have noticed him from the thumbnail. So if you're a nobody, like, dude, Twitch is like a dead platform. So someone should just replay Nick's streams on the same time on YouTube. Maybe. I feel like that's probably an easy way to just get banned, though. I mean, I've had 2 streams like explode on YouTube where I was reacting to live debates between Nick and one was with Nick and Alex Jones, the other one was Nick and Andrew Tate. So people want that content, but I think if you're just restreaming all of his shows, that probably could be grounds for a ban. Which is for sim gooners and low IQ Goyschlab frat bros. Yeah, dude, it's like, dude, Twitch is just, I don't even know, man. It's just a shit platform. Like, you try and click on like a stream, let's see what XQC's doing. And you get hit with like 2.5 minutes of fucking ads. Let's just give this a minute. It's insufferable. AI says Nick was terminated from YouTube in February 2020. That's almost before Koof. Interesting. Was it 2020? Yeah, and then he got like turbo canceled after January 6th. That's when he got debanked. But yeah. No, people want to see the content. People want to see Nick 100%. I think you know, most of you are here because of those streams where I covered Nick doing these debates or these interviews. So, and again, like I peaked at like almost 1,300 live viewers on the Alex Jones one. It's like, whoa. So the algorithm does work. Restream but an hour late to add realism. I restreamed I'll like cover a couple of his big shows, like his Tucker exposés, but because I think that's kind of like a unique event. But I do think it's a little uncouth to just like rip off somebody else's content like all the time. Yeah, I think that is a little disrespectful. I know it's a little different because he's obviously banned here, and we're all trying to spread the message. But I don't know. Something about it doesn't. It feels like I would otherwise just be piggybacking off of his content, and I don't know. It has to be transformative, right? Yeah, the Tate one. Well, yeah, that was an interesting one. Not the greatest. Not the greatest. Not gonna lie. They kind of let Tate yap a little too much, and those questions were trash. Yeah. I mean, you remember it was. it was kind of Yappersville from Tate. We all heard it before. Yes, yes, yes. Women are whores. Yes, okay. Yes, we're all in agreement. Okay, can we move on? Yes, yes. Okay, men need to be strong. Yes, we've heard this a million times before. Okay, of course. What do you have to say, Myron? Okay, so how did everybody get red pilled exactly? It's like, okay. Okay, right. Me versus Dean Withers. Dude, there's something legitimately wrong with that guy. He would never, first of all, he would never debate anyone like me, I think. Because he would just say, oh, so you're Nazi then. I don't talk to Nazis. Like, okay, what are we doing? The guy is unhinged. I genuinely think there's something wrong with Dean Withers. That's crazy. Dude, we haven't gotten an ad on XQC. I was expecting a 2.5 minute ad. Maybe they toned it back a little bit. Because it was so bad, man. You click on a stream, fucking ad 1 of 8. Oh my gosh. So maybe like they, I don't know. Maybe they did notice that viewership was going down or something. But that's how you got here. You looked for Nick and found Kumquat's hot takes here. Oh yeah, he's CBT. His CBT, his infamous CBT take. Care to enlighten us again, Kumquat, on your CBT take? For the uninitiated. Groundbreaking stuff. Anyway. Yeah, dude. The most like right wing you're allowed to be on Twitch is Asmongold. I don't like Asmongold, you know. I always say this, but I use him as the normie barometer. When I want to see where like the normies are at, specifically like the centrist kind of moderately conservative normies, then I think Asmongold, or specifically his community and chat, are a good indication of that. But, you know, he's kind of a libertarian, which, you know, gotta catch up, you know, gotta get up to the, gotta leave libertarianism behind. It's not 2010 anymore, Unk. Base take, yeah, yeah. Yes, based CBT take. You see Valkyrie crying on Twitch after being called old? Like, that's what people watch on Twitch? Did she get called old? I didn't see that. Was she crying? She is old. You hit the wall, bitch. Your time is over. I saw like a clip of her. She was like saying like what she wants out of life essentially, and she was like, well, I don't know. I don't want kids. I think I'll just continue to be hot for a while. It's like, how old are you again? How old? Let's just hang on. Let's just do a little. How do you spell her shit again? Oh yeah, Valky Ray. Oops. It's like my microphone's right in the way. Oh, damn it, bruh. Come on, get it together, Unk. 1992. She's a crust. She's a crust, bro. She's a crust. She is ancient. She's ancient. It's so over. It's so over. Oof. Oof. All right, wrap it up, Grandma. Wrap it up. You're gonna be late to bingo night. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Dean Withers is scarier than Freakbot. Dude, every time I crash out, man, I just like every time I see him crash out, it's like there's something wrong with this guy. This is not, his mannerisms are very effeminate. I think he's like a sociopath that was raised by his mom. And so he thinks he's being compelling when he does all of these like, gosh, like these emotional like mannerisms and shit. It's like, dude, no. These are like this very female coded behavior. And it's like, nobody finds this compelling. Yeah, bro, it's over for her. It's over for Valkyrie. Cobwebs, yeah, cobwebs. Yikes. 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 Like, let's just, who are like the biggest streamers now on Twitch? What is dude, Extra Emily is like disgusting. Actually disgusting person. You ever see that one clip where she was like talking about how she like created a spreadsheet of all the guys she slept with, describing the experience, all like every detail of it? And there's like at least dozens of guys on this list. Like, who fucking does that? Who fucking does that, one? And then who talks about it like on a podcast so flippantly? That's like total degenerate freak behavior. Disgusting whore. Disgusting whore. Asmongold and Charlie, Moist Critical are normie radars. Yeah, for real. You want to see like a moderate right and moderate left opinion, you go to one of those two. But I remember, Asmongold hosted the Trainwrecks Stuff podcast debate with Nick and who was it? It was Nick, Sargon of Akkad, Destiny, and Hassan. Man, that's ancient old head lore right there. That was before my time. Yeah. Yeah, dude, these people are like... A lot of these people are just freaks. Let's see here. Bro, like, just look at what does well on Twitch. Bro. Bro. It's just like... It's just slop, dude. It's like the most degenerate fucking... Wow. Dude, Destiny needs to talk with Nick again. Destiny fell off big time when he predicted Nick would fall off. I don't think, well, he blacklisted Nick, remember that? He said, I won't talk with Nick again. This was after that, what was it? It was 2024? No, it was 2023. That summer where they did the out with it, Junior, when they did the debate. I sound like such a fucking retard. When they had the debate on Fresh and Fit, that had like 50,000 viewers, and then yeah, he's just fallen off. Now he gets like what, not even 2,000 viewers, because he got exposed. Jimbo Zoomer exposed him. He like compiled all of these clips of Destiny being retarded. Like, he thought that Russia bordered Egypt. He couldn't find Israel on a map. And look, I guess you could say you might be forgiven if you're just a normie and you don't know anything about politics or geography, but he's a political commentator. He's a political streamer. That's his thing. He's been doing this every day for like 12 years. You're telling me you don't know basic geography? So I think his reputation's just destroyed. And additionally, during that debate, the whole time he was on his phone getting fed talking points from his chat. What the fuck is that? What kind of debate is that? He's literally sitting there on his phone, reading his chat, reading his Discord messages in a debate, a debate with Nick. And Nick is just sitting there, off the cuff, speaking extemporaneously. What it was supposed to be mono. It's like, where's the shame? Can you imagine? No fucking shame. When you enter that arena, it's just you and whatever you've prepared. That's like the nature of the debate. The idea you would use like a chat, 100, 2,000 other people to help you in what was supposed to be a one-on-one debate is just so, like, that's just such shameless behavior. Totally devoid in honor and self-awareness. Just crazy. Oh, yo, my God, Rudyard. Yeah, the Goiper curse is unforgiving, for real. Destiny needs to focus on being a daddy. Bro spends more time streaming than with his kid. Yeah, dude, it's tragic. He has his own son blocked. Yeah, I don't know, but I don't want to like go out. I don't want to egg on his son. His son is what, 14? Let him be a kid for a while. Anyway. Yeah, Destiny's cooked, man. I don't know how he'll ever recover. What else is there to talk about? Has been gold. I don't think there's really anything there. Battlefield 6 is gonna be great. Can't wait for that game. Wow, there's just a lot of slop, huh? What is GDF? Is that like Goyim Defense Force or something? Oh. If Rudyard Lynch can recover, then again, people are stupid. Dude, it's kind of crazy. Right? It's like he had this legendary fucking schizo crash out. And he just deleted. He just deleted. What? How long was that video? Like 8 hours or something. And it was edited too. And he just deleted it and moved on, and like nothing ever happened. Like what? What? Bro, crazy. You just had to be there. You just had to be there. It was 10 hours, yeah. 10 hours. GDF, like an anti-colonial channel. I've never watched their stuff. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Yeah, he's just making videos. He's just chugging along. Oh. Ugh. Yeah. Oh, did you guys ever see one of my favorite arcs was the like, this is actually content though, the Destiny Schizo arc. Whoops. There we go. This is actually pretty cinema. I know we don't like this, but this is actually funny.
Twitter, and it feels like I'm like moving against something, or that there's
This is a
something like
classic.
moving against me that I haven't ever really been cognizant of before. I haven't put together all of this in any formal sense. It's just been bouncing around my head. So, and I'm not going to. I'm not going to because I don't even know if I should, for a variety of reasons that I'm not going to get into. So, for example, there were dozens of different accounts that were spamming doxes that were supposedly mine across Twitter, and these accounts were up for over 48 hours. And I reported them, and nothing, like literally 48 hours, these accounts aren't taken down. Elon, for some reason, catches my tweet, or catches a tweet about me from not even a large account, and my account ends up getting
I like how it's
demonetized on
censored his
Twitter
upper body
in like 2 hours.
because it's so disgusting.
I don't know why billionaire Elon Musk is like catching the attention of my Twitter account and is like seems to be putting his thumb on the scale. That's
You like
just
that,
very
somebody else
strange
just
to
like,
me.
it's like watching a train wreck, you know?
Something that I noticed that was very strange, and if you were in chat, you noticed this, that there are a ton of these accounts are they're just bots. But like, everybody always says that like a lot of Twitter is botted, right? And I'm like, okay, I'm sure they're a bunch of like random whatever fuck accounts. But I've never really like quantified it before or thought about it before. But there are so many of these accounts. They all would talk in a certain type of manner, and some of them, they're generally programmed, I think, to only respond to themselves so that they build engagement and they look real. So many of their accounts, if you scroll through their media, they end up like looking like this. They post like the same image over and over and over and over and over again. If you 100% have identified one as a bot, then you just have to see who responds to them and who they respond to. Here's an account. This guy here, this is not a real person, right? This is not a real human being. This picture, this is not real. This person is not, this is not a real person. Okay, this is not a this is not a real person, right? But when you scroll through his account, like you will find him like and other people. They talk to each other.
Yeah, there are all kinds of bots.
Account. We went through this one. This account,
Jew
this guy,
bots,
this is not a real account.
Russian bots,
okay?
CIA bots.
This guy tweets at me. Oh look, and you can see on the pictures. Look, they do the thing where they'll post the same picture like over and over again. So like we can click through. Oh, he talks to Jeffrey again. Oh wait, are all of his replies to Jeffrey? They might all be. All of his replies might be to Jeffrey. Oh, this A. O'Connell guy or whatever. Holy banger, Jeff. Thank you, Albert. By far and away, my biggest tweet. This is not a real person. Trump 2004. What the fuck does that even mean? Purebred American alpha male. The left's worst nightmare. What? Mouth is still numb from the dentist 2 hours ago. It might be over for me. What? This isn't a real account. This is not a real person, okay?
Oh,
I haven't been to the liberal dentist since 9/11. That was the wake-up call I needed. Is this a real account? Bro, okay.
Oh shit, it is. Okay.
I spent hours.
Okay, everyone. Yeah, wow, it's 9:30 already, just on time. All right, everybody. Everyone go watch Nick. Everyone go watch Nick. I will see you all later. I gotta do my shilling real quick. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, follow all my socials. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm trying to get it earlier, but you know, I'm dysfunctional. All right, everyone. Frito. All right. Yeah, good night, everyone. Good night, everyone. I'll catch you all later. Peace. 4 hours on the dot, man. Wow, crazy. Yep. I am speaker, yes. All right, take it easy.